Hey, everybody. Welcome to Game Breaking News with me, Jeff Grubb, your host from GiantBomb.com. Thank you for tuning in to this episode. We're going to be talking about all the info from Switch 2's big launch game and more. It's going to be a good one because we have Lex Luddy on the show. Lexi, how are you doing?
Bob, I'm alive, which is great. Yeah, that's good. I'm not doing too bad. I've been super busy. I was traveling last Friday. I was at the Irish Game Awards and a summit that was on around that.
Let me think. Did Guinness win again?
Nailed it. No, it was really nice. It was the Irish Game Awards is more like local based than something like BAFTA. Like BAFTA does have just one award for best British game, but the English Awards try to do like all the games that are getting nominated are Irish games or games partly developed in Ireland. But it meant that you had a very funny situation where best narrative went to an indie game made by one guy, and runner up for best narrative went to Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it was a great show. It was nice hanging out with people and seeing stuff. Talked to Zalavia Nelson. That dude's super smart.
Yeah, always a joy to talk to him, isn't it?
Yeah, saw Tom Hall chainsaw him with the chainsaw from Doom.
That's fun.
Chainsaw from Doom. So that was weird. And I have a Switch 2 pre-order, which I think makes me gaming royalty. Like, yeah.
All right, I didn't invite you on here to brag. I'm jealous. It does make you better than me, though. That's for sure. But that was never a question.
Europe's getting fucked over by America anyway. It's your fault. We can't buy PS5 games anymore. We can't buy PS5s at all.
Yep,
this is all your fault.
It's a nasty business we got going on this country of ours. Doesn't feel like it's going to solve itself anytime soon, and no one else seems to know what to do about it. So it's just going to keep getting worse. We had the Mario Kart Direct today. We'll talk about that. A lot of info that we already knew, but I'm it definitely has me still very excited. But no new info about pre-ordering here in the States or in Canada. I think people are expecting at this point for that stuff to kick in next week, maybe. I mean, there's some rumors. Who knows how reliable that info is.
They're going to announce it when they shadow drop Oblivion.
There you go. Yes, when Nintendo acquires, but Microsoft and then releases Oblivion. I think people are expecting to kick in next week. Although all that stuff comes from retailers, like the back end, CMSs for retailers or whatever, and that stuff always feels like it could just be placeholder. Like who's actually in charge of putting that info in there? So. We'll see, but we're looking for any scraps of info. Meanwhile, like you had a pretty easy time of pre-ordering, right? It wasn't too painful. It was like you got it right when you tried.
It was first try. I got on there early. I know that they did sell out eventually in Smiths, but then they got a second batch a couple of days later. So like there seems to be switches to go around once the pre-orders go live. It definitely wasn't a bum rush like the PS5 and Xbox were.
Yes. And have you talked to any other friends in your region? Are they having a similar sort of situation?
Lots of the folks in the UK have found it pretty easy. I know it was a bit more difficult. Like you did have to be keeping an eye out for when stuff went live. Ireland was pretty easy because it was probably a less in tune like consumer base. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think people in Britain had it a bit tougher, but even then still not nearly as bad as like other consoles and stuff.
It's like, I mean, in my head, throughout all of Europe, and I'm American, so Europe is just one big thing. It is like, PlayStation just dominates there, and even Nintendo's a little bit of an afterthought. Is that right still, or was that ever right?
Nintendo is like super big for kids. Like grandparents will get their kids a game for the Nintendo. Same as America in a lot of ways. Xbox 360 was fucking huge, but PS4 ate its lunch right after that. Like, I know no one that bought an Xbox One in Ireland. And, like, I know people that do have Series X, but most of those people are in the industry.
Right.
So, like, that seems like a bad sample to take. I don't know very many casual people, friends or anything that have a Xbox. They mainly have like PS5 is kind of where people think of doing their gaming, or Switch. But Switch is super popular everywhere in Europe.
Right. The thing with that is like if you're in like Ireland or the UK and you buy an Xbox, you just automatically it comes with an Xbox podcast that you're on. Like that, I think that's how it works. So you're in the industry as soon as you buy an Xbox, you just start a podcast. All right. Well, you know what? Let's explain what we do here. Most weekdays, I, Jeff Grubb, will help piece your gaming life back together. That includes breaking news and maybe even some of our own original reporting. For all these topics, I'll get the input of a bona fide expert who will make me look smart. If you are watching live on Twitch, welcome. You can always listen to the show later on podcast feeds by searching for Game Breaking News or find the RSS feed on giantbomb.com. You can also catch the show later on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. All right, we have a lot to get into, so let's start the show with that Mario Kart World Direct and all the details out of it, including info about Grand Prix races, knockout tours, battle mode, free roam, and more. Kind of collated what I could here. I think I got this from Gamatsu, so shout outs to them. Just dropped something on the floor. Mario Kart World introduces an interconnected world with courses linked by roads, enabling exploration and navigation between races. Grand Prix mode features 4 races per cup, with players driving between courses within a cup. Knockout Tour is a new mode with extended rallies and checkpoints. Elimination occurs for those who fall.
The dock as well.
Oh yeah, I thought I did. Yeah, just a second. Yep, go ahead.
But yeah, I think this game looks super fucking rad. It is funny how little attention they have given the battle modes yet again. Like that segment in the direct is like maybe like 15 seconds out of a 15-minute direct. I watched it back there, and they're like, "Oh yeah, and the battle modes are here too," and they still kind of suck. Anyway, but yeah, it looks fucking awesome. The outfit stuff looks really cool. That Pauline outfit is respectfully. But yeah, I think this game looks awesome. Does it look $80, €80, €90, depending on how you buy it? Awesome. I don't know, because I think everyone is buying it in the form of the bundle. So like this game hurts way less when you think of it as $50 or €60. But I don't know, the idea of this being $80 is still like, there's a bit of a question mark over that.
Yeah, it's a little stunning, a little shocking. It's I know for a fact that I will get, $80 worth of hours played in this game. Like that, I'll play this game a whole bunch. I like Mario Kart a lot, and especially when I start playing with the kids, we're gonna play this a ton. It's gonna be nonstop. And yet, $80 just feels like such a weird hurdle. It's very much a mental block of, yeah, sure, I'm going to play this enough to justify that price, and yet it still doesn't necessarily feel justified. I think that these modes that they laid out of Grand Prix, very familiar, but driving between the courses, like during the Grand Prix, I wonder if that gets old. I don't know. I think they maybe they said during the direct that you can just jump to the next race. I think there was some mention of that. So I'm sure they have solutions for any of these before I've played the game anxieties about, oh my God, is this going to be not what I want it to be? Knockout Tour, that's one where it's like, I think that sounds good on paper. I bet it won't be as fun as it sounds. And then, everyone who's played it, and Dan was reiterating this because he has actually tried this, is like, everyone loved it. It was so much fun. I'm like, okay, all right. But then I guess I really should get my hopes up for that. That sounds good.
I think the one problem with that one, and you will probably run into this, and anyone who has like nieces and nephews or kids will run into this, is kids don't like being knocked out.
They don't like getting second place, Lexi. Yes, they don't like it. They hate losing. They hate it so much.
So I don't think they'll be super excited by the idea of like, hey, dad's still playing and you're not.
Well, they should get good.
You're right.
Speaking of that, they did have the automatic steering and stuff, and the automatic acceleration. They showed that, so good news for people who have kids that use that. So I was happy to see it.
And I mean, like, your kids will have no problem. Bacala, on the other hand,
He's helpless. He's just
yeah,
absolutely hopeless as well. Yeah, it's gonna be bad.
he's too busy getting good in Rocket League. He hasn't been able to learn how to like race in a real racing game. You know,
Yep, that's right, man. You know what's a good video game? Rocket League.
it is.
All right, and then the free roam. They showed off more of that, but and they kind of, one of the things you mentioned when we were talking about like the gathering up the costumes. There are these meal sacks. It looks like you go through fast food and sacks of burgers or whatever that are glowing and rainbow color and shiny, and you pick them up. And as you do that, it unlocks a themed costume for the character that you're playing as. And this seems to be one of the incentives to have you go out and explore this open world in the free roam mode. And to me, it's like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Like, obviously, there's other secrets, there are other things to discover in the open world, but having this as an option to like kind of keep like just a little bit of a carrot on a stick, that is enough for me to be like, yeah, I'm gonna want to get a lot of those. And it seems like you could play as different characters to get different costumes. It's like, yeah, that sounds like a ton of content right there on its own. So I don't know. Everything about the free roam mode has really worked for me, and I was really happy to see this as well.
Yeah, I appreciate the idea that Mario is stopping to get garage sushi. That's really good. The idea that he's like risking it. But yeah, the outfits themselves look really fucking cool from what we've seen of some of them. Like some of it is like the Malibu Stacy thing of just they have a new hat. But also, guys, have you seen Pauline's new hat?
Yes, exactly. It's a latex, and it's very wow. And then the poll will go up, or it's up now, but we'll talk about it later. But there is an image of Wario dressed up as a bee, and that's just really stupid and funny to me, and I like it a lot. I just like looking at this stuff. So, and the aesthetics of Mario Kart have been very good for forever, but really like since like 7 they've really got it right, and then going to HD with Mario Kart 8 finally, it's like, oh, I don't know if Nintendo games ever need to look better than this. And this is very much in line with that. They're actually not trying to look that much better than Mario Kart 8, but they have more physics stuff, more animation kind of popping in that way. And so it's like, well, they just made the art as appealing as possible, and it really does appeal to me. It always has.
I think the thing that that I said it in the Giant Bomb chat during the talkover that he did, but like watching this direct, I was like, I could fucking go for a Splatoon 4 right now. Like a bigger Splatoon 4. Remember when they teased Splatoon 3 and people were like, oh, is it open world? And then it wound up like,
I felt that. Like, I saw that. I'm like, I hope it is.
Yeah, that seems like it could be real this time. Yeah, I'm super. I know I think that like the big feeling for me around the Switch 2 is like most of the games I play and I enjoy playing kind of like PS4 is where things don't need to look better than this. Like I don't see any graphical differences. Someone that goes back and plays a lot of PS3 and PS2 and PS1 games at the moment just for research purposes, like I don't see much difference for PS5 to PS4 stuff. And the idea of this being on par with a PS4 power-wise, at least, that's what the Digital Foundry people were saying. Yeah, like, I look at these games, I'm like, yeah, things don't really need to look better than this. Like, I'm fine with this.
Yeah, and for the Switch 2, it's like, it's kind of even a better, like, the best-case scenario of that, where, Digital Foundry saying PS4 games is like what people are going to be targeting, but it has a faster CPU, more memory bandwidth. It's going to, have SSD storage, or
and it's working with
something close to SSD storage, but yeah,
it's working with the AI upscaling and the frame generation and stuff that wasn't on
exactly. Right. Yes. Then you get all the benefits of NVIDIA software teams like focused on this. Nintendo's their biggest gaming client, and they're going to make sure that tech is really good for this thing. So yeah, so it's a best case scenario. And you're right. As soon as we got the PS4 and Xbox One, even though that hardware was very lackluster, very cheap, it still was enough to meet the plateau. The plateau of games don't need to look better than Doom 2016. They don't need to look much better than Mario Kart 8. They can, but then that's the barrier is no longer the hardware. It is the money. As we saw, Last of Us Part 2 was on a PS4. And it's like, well, if you have that kind of money, look what you can do. It's like, yeah, absolutely. But I'm looking around and nobody else has that money. There's one other team that has that money. It's Rockstar. and they're doing a whole other thing. So I'm not. This is just not the expectation I have anymore. My expectation is let's make a game like Mario Kart that looks as good as it can. Other stuff, like they showed more details about some new driving techniques. There's the charge jump. This is for leaping and as well as wall riding. So basically, you just prime up a jump by holding the button, and the cart actually like hunches down. It looked really cool. And then when you let go, you pop off with this bigger jump. This enables you to get up on like rails that are a little bit higher to grind on them, or to like thrust yourself into a wall to begin wall riding around a curve, and that looked really awesome. That looks so much fun. It's the kind of thing where it's like, it doesn't sound like a lot, and obviously other kart games have had like the grinding, for example, but giving you just one or two more things to do during a race to keep you engaged is going to go a long way, I think. So I'm every little bit of this I see as well, I'm like, this is really working for me.
It reminds me a lot of Tony Hawk adding the reverse of like,
yeah.
this is a simple extra mechanic, but the way that it changes that dynamic and it allows you to chain things together sounds really exciting to me. As someone that, like, I put 300 hours into Mario Kart 8, like I have played the shit out of that game. The idea of having like a couple of more verbs at my disposal for things to do and experiment with, like, that just sounds like it's going to give so much more replayability to each level as I try to like figure out what the best routes are for different races.
Sean, this Sunday he's listening. I think he is, or he'll listen later. This Sunday, let's set up a final goodbye Mario Kart 8 Deluxe tournament thing, and we'll do that Sunday morning.
And you're gonna do every single race course. It's such a good
idea.
A
lot of races. We'll make it one of a lot of races. But yeah, Sean likes to set these up, so I know I can just throw that out there, and let's get that going. That would be a lot of fun.
I was saying you should bring back the do a podcast during Mario Kart, except you do it in Mario Kart with the cameras and the microphone.
Hey, speaking of the cameras, they did show off like something I think is pretty neat. It's, who's actually going to end up using this? I don't know, but I mean, I probably will at least once. But it's beyond, the cameras, so you could share your faces online with your friends, in other places or in other homes, whatever. There is the ability for the camera to track up to 4 faces in a room. And so if you're playing 4-player split screen, it'll get all 4 players' faces and put it next to the character in the game. So when you do something to them and you hit them with a red shell, you can see the reaction in the game without having to look over at them and break like your line of sight with like what you're actually playing. It is, I mean, it's kind of absurd, but I think I love it. I think that's a really fun idea and a fun use for this. Like, I'm just imagining it at Mario Party and how much fun it's going to be, like, to grab a screenshot of the grimace on someone's face when something terrible happens in that game.
Yeah, I'm excited for people to try to get it to recognize things that aren't faces as faces.
What could you possibly mean? Yeah,
anything, things.
a pile of cocaine, I think, is what we're talking about. Yeah. That's usually how it goes. Let's see, anything else? We talked about the drive-thrus. I did say a meal sack, and Chad has not stopped talking about White Castle since.
Grub, you said meal sack, and I was like, that's not.
It's a meal in a sack.
That's how. Grub, have I ever told you about spice bags? A common delicacy in Galway.
No, but it sounds like my shit.
Yeah, it's a bag full of fries and a bunch of Chinese spices. And it's basically what all the Chinese restaurants in Ireland started to sell when they realized that Irish people loved potatoes. And they were like, fuck, we need to start selling them spice bags and just put like there's fucking everything in there. There's like chorizo, there's shredded chicken, there's just
this
random
sounds
shit in
so
there.
Good. Oh yeah, my god, this sounds good.
You'd love
chorizo?
Yeah.
Shit. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get myself a spice bag. It's it sounds like is a walking taco. You know what that is?
No.
It's you get a bag of Fritos and you just put a bunch of like meat and cheese in there and maybe some lettuce and you just eat it with a fork. It hits. It's good stuff.
Maybe your country deserves what's happening to it.
Oh, I would never argue against that. And the walking tacos, we're guilty. Yeah, I get it. All right. So roadside assistance is like, this is the thing with the smart steering, auto accelerate and tilt controls. But all that stuff's back. Honestly, one of the most accessible games in terms of enabling young players to play. Nintendo's not great with accessibility in a lot of traditional ways for helping a wide variety of people who have a variety of disabilities to play. But this, at the very least, the smart steering does go a long way, I think, and I'm glad it's back. I'm glad that still works with even it being open world, right?
Yeah, they're really good at tricking kids into thinking that they're doing something when they're not.
Oh, yes.
The Mario Odyssey one of like, you control the cap.
Yep.
You know, you're part of the team, bud.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead, point at this screen, whatever. The kids do eventually, like Emmy, who's 8 now, I'm like, here, go ahead, turn on smart steering. She's like, no, I'm good. So she started steering for herself. Yeah. I'm like, oh, okay, and she's playing better, so she knows.
She'll be ready to play Marvel Snap while playing Mario Kart any day now.
That's right. I got to get her ready for it. Yeah, 16's going to be here before I know it. All right. Real quick before we move on, when you were describing the spice bags, you said fries. Do you actually call them fries in your country?
No, I don't. Chips? I was being nice to you.
You were translating. Okay, yeah, I could tell. Yeah. I wanted to make sure. I'm pretty sure she's translating for me. All right. Well, let's keep going here.
Rob, I'm bilingual.
you speak dumbass as well. Very good. Okay, Nintendo Switch 2 VRR mentions disappear from Nintendo's website. This is from Jordan Midler at VGC. Nintendo has removed several references to VRR support from the official Nintendo Switch 2 website. As part of Nintendo's Nintendo Switch 2 reveal, the firm announced that the new console would support 4K, 120 frames per second, and VRR, variable refresh rate. Now, Nintendo has seemingly removed mentions of VRR from several official websites. As noted by Digital Foundry's Oliver McKenzie, mentions of VRR have been removed from some certain regional Nintendo websites. At the time of the writing, mentions of VRR have been removed from the Canadian, US, and Japanese versions of the site. It's apparently still up on the European site. Maybe it'll still come down. VGC can confirm at the time of writing that the text is still present on the European version of the website, but it is possible that Nintendo is in the process of removing. Okay, well, they're saying what I just said right there. VRR is, a cool thing. It's like, remember G-Sync and FreeSync? It's those are variations on VRR. Basically, what it means is your TV can refresh at a rate different from 60 or 30 frames per second. It can update a frame whenever the video game has a frame ready. So you don't get tearing and there's much less jitter. It just makes like 35 frames per second and then suddenly it's 55 frames per second. Makes that look much better than it normally does, because what really hurts is most people can handle a steady, firm 30 frames per second, but when it's jumping up and down between variable refresh rates, it can look really bad. But with VRR, it can make it look actually like, oh, this sometimes looks better than some other options, or like 55 frames per second solid. It's like, no, this actually looks better than that. Anyway, I am wondering what's happening here, Lexi. My guess is there is probably some problem with the implementation at launch, and it's something they will kind of update and bring back to the system later. There's also the possibility that the dock that they're using maybe is causing some troubles as well. I think PlayStation 4 Pro was supposed to get VRR, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but I know Sony has had this where they release the system, it's going to get VRR eventually, and that comes much later in an update. I hope it doesn't go that way with the Switch 2. I hope it just kind of happens like a few weeks later. But there's a possibility they'll just bring this much later as well. So I don't know what's happening. Is this kind of a display tech stuff, does it do anything for you?
Well, it's worth remembering that, like, Nintendo are the company who launched the Switch 1 and were like, sorry, we can't support Bluetooth headphones. We just don't have the technology. And then 5 years later, we're like, actually, Bluetooth works, and it's been in there the whole time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, so, like, this isn't
weird.
past them. I wouldn't put it past them. It's weird, but, this stuff is really nice. As someone that started using their Steam Deck a lot, these kind of techniques really help smooth out those experiences, and those are the kind of experiences that you want to be having on your Switch, like handheld gaming that feels like it's big boy console gaming or PC gaming in a lot of ways. So yeah, like, these techniques really help, and I do hope that they work. But like, Nintendo are also the company that like have never used anti-aliasing in any of their games ever, just because they seem like morally opposed to it. So I'm kind of surprised it's in there in the first place.
Yep. It's right. That's where I'm at too. It's like, oh man, I think when they mentioned this or we saw it or something at one of the earlier Nintendo Switch 2 talkovers that we did, it's like, oh, VRR, look at that. And it's like that one surprised me. HDR surprised me a little bit as well. I guess that one shouldn't have. But having HDR built into the handheld screen, and then obviously then that means they'll be able to support it on TVs. Fantastic. But VRR felt like a nice bonus. And you're right. It is good, like having it on the Steam Deck or the various other handheld PCs does make a big difference. Especially, as things are underpowered, this will help a little bit, make that feel a little bit easier to take. So I hope this returns. I'm a big fan of VRR. Yeah, if you have the ability to plug a PC into your TV and it gives you the option to use G-Sync, everybody, you should use G-Sync. All right, Nintendo Switch 2 backward compatibility list has been updated. I guess that's part of the news here, Lexi, is that so Nintendo has a big chart and a bar graph showing like, hey, we've tested these games and they're confirmed to work without issue on Switch 2 in backward compatibility mode. Then there's a long list of games that are like, these start and they should be good, but maybe something's in there that doesn't work. We're not sure. We haven't tested ourselves yet. Then there's like a very tiny part of the bar, a handful of games, relatively speaking, because there's like 500,000 games on the Switch, whatever it is. And a small percentage being probably still more than 100 games that don't start up or have some other very noticeable problem. Couple games on that list included Fitness Boxing, which is a surprisingly mega popular game on the Switch. I think that's one of those ones where Ring Fit Adventure really popped off. And so people are like, well, I'm going to get another exercise game on my Switch. And Fitness Boxing was that. And then Fortnite, which they're like, I think they did mention like that could have some issues, but they weren't sure. Well, it's going to get a native Switch 2 version. So they've updated the list. I think that's another the part of the news here is Nintendo is going to be updating what's going on. That wasn't just a static list that will just stay over on the side. That will have some more information for us as they learn more, which is something. So Fitness Boxing 2 is going to get its issues looked at and addressed in an update. So, overall, the backward compatibility, my expectation, Lexi, is that most things are going to work without many problems. But I won't be surprised if we kind of hear at launch some people discovering like, hey, this is broken. This shadow later in this boss fight in a game, it's displaying wrong. That's the kind of stuff I'm expecting. How about you?
Yeah, the thing that I'm kind of surprised about is that they didn't have more of this list like well researched, considering we know like the Switch 2 has been delayed a bunch. I'm surprised that they weren't reaching out to developers and being like, hey, we have this extra time, let's make sure that as many big games that we want to promote on the eShop day one are gonna work. Like, they're gonna want to be selling stuff like Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal because those ports will assumably run much better. And so they could. And so you'd think that they'd be out there talking to third-party developers being like, hey, does this all fucking boot up way earlier, and that they'd be addressing these problems way earlier. It is reassuring that they're like updating the list, updating it with 2 games.
Yeah, right, pretty slow.
Since this thing was announced, seems pretty slow. But like, I know lots of developers that still don't have, development kits. So it's like these aren't readily available for developers to test in a lot of cases.
Yeah, you're right that it does seem slow. I like Nintendo, like the lists when you look at the bar graph, like the solid blue. That's like these games we've tested and they work and we're sure. I think a lot of those are first party Nintendo games or games that like Nintendo has a close relationship with. It feels like they tested those, and then they looked at the list of like, well, now here are 4,000 other games, and I think someone Nintendo's just like, well, screw that, we're not doing that. So those studios can worry about that at a certain point, and it's like I think I'm with you where it's like I get Nintendo can be stingy and can be sort of weird about these kinds of things, but my expectation was they know how important backward compatibility is. And they've seen other companies, Steam or Valve and Microsoft, take this very seriously and establish a dedicated team to go in and research all this stuff. Doesn't seem like that's necessarily what Nintendo has done here. Like they don't have the checkmark system from the Steam Deck, for example. So will they need that? Okay, probably not. And again, I bet most things are just going to work. And I think that's their hope as well. So we'll see. I'm glad it has backward compatibility, but and I'm interested to see exactly how that works when we finally have the Switch 2 in our hands.
I'm not sure. Did you put it in here? I saw the headline and I meant to click on it, but I thought I saw that someone was saying like, "Oh, your save data won't transfer to the two Zelda games," and that seems fucking wild. That they are charging.
Yeah.
I understand why that they are different versions of the game, but like Sony and Xbox have figured this out. You can transfer your Ghost of Tsushima PS4 save data to your PS5 version. You can do the same with all of their first party games. Like that feels pretty fucking egregious.
Yes, it's weird.
In a very Nintendo way of like, they want to start again. It's so good they'll want to start again.
Yeah, it's because like it doesn't really make sense because this is an option to get like the $10 upgrade, right? Like you can go to the Switch 2 version by paying $10, and what? That just doesn't bring your save over? That's what they're saying. Let's read the Eurogamer story. Switch 2 edition Zelda games won't support cloud saves to back up your data. The Switch 2 editions of both Zelda games won't support cloud saves for data backup, and it's currently unclear why. On the storage pages for both Zelda Breath of the Wild and Zelda Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 2, a disclaimer reads, "Please note, this software does not support the Nintendo Switch Online paid membership's save data cloud backup feature. The same disclaimer is not present for other Switch 2 edition games, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Metroid Prime 4, and Kirby and the Forgotten Land. So it's unclear why this is only impacting Zelda games." That's like why it was like weird to me. It's like, why is this just Zelda? What is happening here?
I'm so glad that my Mario Party Jamboree save data will carry over, though. That's a real relief.
That's like really the salve on this wound, right? Like we'll be able to survive 25 because we have our Mario Party Jamboree save data. Yeah.
Plus Jamboree TV, please.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. What is it? Super Mario Party Jamboree Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree Jamboree TV Live. Is that what it is?
Jamboree TV. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Just keeps going, that title. Let's see here. Why does this matter? As a user on Reset Era noted, players can import their save file from the original Switch to continue using the Switch 2 edition of the game, but then won't be able to create a new cloud save file as they continue. So can you transfer it from Switch 1? Either way, there's some weirdness here. I wish Nintendo would just had to answer these questions. Like, why Zelda?
That's the thing that I've talked about with a few people, but like, Nintendo have delivered so little information on their own products this go around. Yes. It feels like people talk about how when the Xbox One was announced, there was that kind of scuttlebutt among all the press who were at that event trying to figure out information because they didn't want to say certain things and different representatives were saying different things. It feels like that, but it's been going on for 2 weeks. Like, the amount of conflicting things on different Nintendo websites, the amount of like press having to track down even the price of the console itself, and the press having to be the ones to deliver that news, and Nintendo not wanting to deliver it themselves. It feels fucking weird. It feels like there's parts of this console that they know are backwards already. Like it's a more self-aware Nintendo where they're like, well, people get mad at us when we tell them all the weird dumb shit that we do sometimes. So what if we just let someone else tell them the weird dumb shit that we're doing?
Yeah. It's I don't like it. I mean, I wonder if they think it's working for them, because it feels like people are still getting mad at Nintendo and now also annoyed that they aren't being forthright and just kind of coming out with this stuff and just saying it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Look at the YouTube chat for that direct that was on today. It was still people angry at Nintendo saying lower the price. Like people are I would die to see like the consumer sentiment report going around Nintendo at the moment of how people actually are saying that they feel about that.
Yeah, I know some people who work that job at Nintendo, and it is, they have to go online and like read Reset Era, and then take like what people are saying, put it in a report, and hand it off to the Doug Bowsers. And I bet that is a fun read right now, and how people are feeling about it. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Our chat is all saying triple the price. So there you go. Oh, let me take, Sean's got something for me. What is it here? All right. Taking a look. It's loading. Yeah, okay.
It
Thank you,
is.
Sean. It says right here in the trailer, your save data does transfer. So the save data, your save file from the Switch 1 version of Zelda will go to the Switch 2. And then at that point, there is some weirdness with the cloud saves for some reason, at least according to one disclaimer at this moment, which feels like things could change. I don't know. For some reason, this feels like one of those moments where it's like maybe there's some confusion and Nintendo will clarify and be like, well, we just meant in this one specific case. Or if it is as they're saying, that's weird. We need more info and exactly an explanation of why this is. Okay. We're going to take a break. When we come back, plenty more to talk about, including more price increases right after this. All right, we're back. I'm Jeff Grubb. That's Lex Aluddy. We're here on Game Breaking News talking about PlayStation Plus prices in Canada are increasing again. This is from Chris Scullion at VGC. PlayStation Plus prices in Canada are rising for the second time. Canadian subscribers, including Reset Era user Quialdo, I can't read that because there's a little squiggly mark in my Microsoft Word document that says this is spelled wrong, have been reporting that they've received emails from Sony informing them that 12-month subscriptions for the service would be rising from June 24th. On that date, the price for a 12-month PS Plus Essential subscription will change from $95 to $110, an increase of 15 Canadian dollars. A 12-month PS Plus Extra subscription will increase from $155 to $190, a $35 increase. The PS Plus Premium subscription for 12 months is also going up by $35. That's from $190 to $225. According to Sony's email, the price adjustment will enable us to continue bringing high-quality games and benefits to your PlayStation Plus subscription service. This is the second time Canadian players have seen their PlayStation Plus prices rise following a hike in 2023. Before then, Essential cost $70 a year. Extra was priced at $115 a year, and Premium was $140 a year. So that's Premium has gone from 140 Canadian dollars to 225 Canadian dollars. I gotta think that this is likely exchange rate issues. The Canadian dollar is not worth a ton, Canadians often get raked over the coals with price increases before anyone else. So, yeah, that stinks. People in Canada are already very price sensitive. This cannot help.
Yeah, but Sony got out there and they said we need this money to be able to continue to bring great games to you, like Disney's Up for the PS2. All those great Intelligent Cube 2. The only way you'll be able to play those games is if you give them like $225. That's a shitload of money. That is so much money.
And what you're getting at is the main benefit of PlayStation Plus Premium are those classic games. So like for the the extra tier, you get a bunch of like the new releases or the newer releases that are added to the PlayStation Plus Extra library, and that's pretty robust and probably still worth it even at this price of what is it, $190? Okay, that's pretty expensive. But I guess games are expensive in Canada too, so that probably does add up to about 2.5 games, maybe just 2 games. I don't know the prices there, but I think that sounds about right. And then, but for PlayStation Plus Premium, it's like, man, the classic games, sure, I want to play those things, but that price begins to feel kind of nuts for like, okay, it's just the PS3 games and PS2 games that you're adding to this list. So, yeah, I guess
I mean,
they need the money. What do they need it for?
Yeah, the really like weird thing about these prices going up, and you saw it with the Switch as well, is like companies seem to be fucking terrified to talk about it. That PlayStation price increase in Europe and New Zealand was announced at like midnight on a Sunday via a blog post. For European audiences, which would have also been like middle of the night, very early morning for New Zealand, Australia, where it was also raised in price. Like, they clearly don't want to deliver this news or be caught delivering this news. They just hope people won't notice. And I think you saw that with the Switch too as well, where like there have been video game consoles that have been too expensive in the past. The PS3 was too expensive. The 3DS was too expensive, but they were too expensive in the sense that they were out of line with expectations of what they should be.
The price
in reality
was off, yeah.
Yeah, people were like, this isn't worth it, fundamentally. But, like, there's this very different feeling now of people look at the price and they're like, okay, I understand why the price has gone up. I understand the, like, socio-political and economic reasons why the price has gone up. I'm fucking sick and tired of that. And it's a much more, like, vitriolic anger that you've seen around this, because it's not like anger at the company for charging more than they should have or getting the price wrong. It's anger at, like, the system that enables them to do it. And I think that kind of anger hasn't been subsiding.
No.
Which, you know, maybe there are solutions to that. Who knows?
Yep. Someone should do something. Yes, it is the kind of thing where there's usually two reasons why something like this happens. The one reason is, like, you know, Amazon Prime. Half of American households have Amazon Prime. Everyone seems pretty reliant on it. They've pushed every other way of buying things out of people's lives, and now people need this service, and so we can jack up the price because people don't want to do it any other way. That would be very disruptive, and they're willing to pay the extra money to keep this service. And then what I think is actually happening with PlayStation Plus is not that. It is both them and Xbox have found the audience that is willing to subscribe to a service like this. For both of them, it's going to be the people who want to play online, and then the people who want to have these other games added to their library. And they've maxed that out. And so the way to get more money from it is to charge those same people more money. And so this is like a little bit more desperate than hey, we have undercut all of our competition, put them out of business, and now you have no other choice, because people do have another choice here. They could still buy video games and hunt for deals. And I think there are a lot of people are like, yeah, I'm going to keep doing that. And I'm never going to be relying on the subscription service if I can avoid it. And so they're like, okay, well then we're going to just charge more to the same people, nickel and dime until people can't take it anymore. And we're going to find what that point is. And so, I guess once again, not surprised they're raising prices, but boy, it just feels like, how sustainable is this long term? All these things were supposed to be a deal, and they have very quickly turned into feeling like, this is not such a deal. Now, that's going to be different for everybody. I bet you could find a tier on PlayStation Plus that feels better for you and that you're happy with. I bet for most people it's not premium, though. Probably not. All right, so let's keep moving here. Madden movie circling even more big names, including John Mulaney as key EA executive. This is from Eddie McHugh at GameSpot. Please.
I read down this story when I read who they're eyeing John Mulaney to play. I almost fucking exploded there and then.
Let's go. All right. A movie about the late football legend John Madden, who is also the namesake of EA's popular video game franchise, is now in the works, with Oscar winner Nicolas Cage playing the title role. We've heard that before, but I forgot. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh my God, that's right. I cannot wait to see that. The movie may be adding to its cast with John Mulaney, Catherine Hahn, and Sienna Miller in talks for roles, according to Deadline. According to the report, Mulaney will play EA founder Trip Hawkins. That is like a really fun fit. I was actually just reading a Trip Hawkins interview in the Video Game History Foundation's digital archive. I'm like, I'm just going to start Next Generation magazine from the beginning. And one of their first issue has a really long interview with Trip Hawkins talking about the 3DO. And I'm just like, yeah, this is the stuff. So I want to see that.
A mini-series that's John Mulaney setting up 3DO, and like that I would, oh my God, I would watch the shit out. I would make that. Fucking hire me.
Video game executive cinematic universe. Like, that's what we should be getting here. John Mulaney is Trip Hawkins. He will return in the Trip Hawkins movie. Yeah, I want that real bad.
Who would play Jay Allard is the question.
That's right. Moby.
The Rock. The
Rock. Trip Hawkins, who was instrumental in helping launch the now juggernaut Madden series. Hahn will reportedly portray Madden's wife, Virginia. Miller is tipped for the role of the late Raiders owner Al Davis's wife, Carol. As reported previously, Oscar winner Christian Bale will play Davis. Shit, I forgot about that too. Oh my God, Christian Bale is Al Davis. Oh my God, I'm sorry. That is, as someone who likes sports but just loves like how insane NFL team owners are, Al Davis is the craziest one of them all. This is gonna be just give it to me, feed me more. Christian Bale's gonna look so fucked up in this movie. I'm so excited. Please let this really happen.
Literally,
Anyway.
the only problem about this movie is reading the next line of who's directing it and being like, "Oh, right,
right." That is the sticking point, and it's one of the reasons I think this might not happen. Oscar-nominated director David O. Russell is signed on to direct the movie, which is in the works for Amazon MGM Studio, and will presumably come to Prime Video. David O. Russell is a dirtbag, but also doesn't make good movies. Like, his movies aren't good. I do not like any of them.
And people don't like working with him, you know?
Yeah, he's a dirtbag.
Yeah. I'm not sure this movie does get made. And also, like, I cannot think of anyone who would hate David O. Russell more than John Mulaney since he cleaned up his act.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I hope they could just get a different director in there and solve that problem. Who knows? Danny Boyle directed this instead of what did he do? He did Jobs. That would be nuts. I would love to see that. All right. Let's keep moving here. Ubisoft is making another. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is why I really want Charlie Brooker to finish working on Black Mirror, because he fucking loves video games. He wrote for video game magazines back in the day. And if anyone was to like scribe some video game industry movies, whether they be fiction or non-fiction, I think he would be fucking great for it. And I would love to see him do some of that stuff.
I think he like a BBC sort of video game industry cinematic universe like actually could happen under him. So that would be awesome to see.
Or the guy who made Blackberry.
Which is the Wii or the Wii Shop Wednesday guy. Nirvana, the band, the show. Yeah. Ubisoft is making another battle royale. This one inspired by Apex Legends, according to a report. This is from George Yang at GameSpot. How is this possibly true? Ubisoft is reportedly making a new battle royale game that's inspired by Apex Legends, so much so that the project once used the game as a thumbnail. According to Insider Gaming, Ubisoft's new battle royale is codenamed Scout. Hey, Scout, you hear that? And it has been in development for a few years already. Its characters are said to be similar to Apex Legends' own Pathfinder, Wraith, and Lifeline, as well as others. This is the definition of insanity.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like
What are you talking about?
That game exists! It's getting smaller!
Yeah! People already aren't playing Apex Legends. In Ubisoft, what, you got the Ubisoft juice you're going to bring to this? Are you crazy?
They've already done that. They did the fucking Battle Royale one at the beginning of lockdown that they shut down, that everyone forgot. And was like,
what was it called? I can't even remember what it's called.
Yeah, it was like a fucking Quake shooter as well, because it was really quick. And like 5 people were way into, but no one else remembers. And they did X-Defiant, which they shut down. Hyperscape. Yeah,
thank you.
It's our jobs to know what Hyperscape is, and neither of us, for the life of us, would ever remember
the old dome. Yep, it's already gone again. Ubisoft's history of that shooter, but we made it, is terrible. I mean, X-Defiant was a pretty decent game, but not decent enough to keep an audience around so that it's still a going concern. It is not. It's not fully closed down yet, I don't think, but they're closing it down.
You can't download it anymore if you don't own it. You can't buy it and download it.
And so X-Defiant didn't work. And that's for a genre that actually still is like more accessible even than Battle Royale in terms of like, are people willing to give a new one a try? I just don't, like, we've seen them do this before and fail. Why would this be any different? But I think they can't help themselves.
You think about the times that they have had some success in doing this, it's when they actually do new and inventive things like Rainbow Six Siege. Like that, yes, it uses like Counter-Strike as a basis, but there's so much more going on in that game with its destructible environments and things like that, that like it does feel uniquely different.
That's
and
right.
if this game doesn't have something that actually makes it stand out, which honestly most of these Ubisoft live service games don't, and that's why they disappear. Like they even did it with one of their own games. They even did it with Skull and Bones, where they were like, what if we make a game that's just Black Flag? And then that got bloated and multiplayer was injected into it and it became a mess. And now how's Skull and Bones doing? Like,
I saw a headline that's like, Skull and Bones is the pirate game we always wanted it to be this week. And I'm like, what? Don't tell me Skull and Bones got good. I kind of want to try it again. It's probably no one's playing it, but I'm interested to see where it's at.
She played it like 3 weeks ago, didn't she?
She was supposed to, but then Ubisoft, surprise, laid a bunch of people off or made some weird decision, and we were like worried about dunking on a game that a lot of people that we know worked on.
Okay.
So.
Okay, that makes sense.
So we just played Foam Stars instead, which we had no problem making fun of. Ubisoft will host the Division 2 showcase next week. From Ben Lyons at Game Reactor. Ubisoft and Massive recently made the decision to delay the next DLC planned for the Division 2, while soon after also revealing that it will be known as Battle for Brooklyn. Yes, okay. Now, the developer is ready to show off a ton of information about the next chapter of the action game as the Division 2 showcase has been announced. This will be held on April 23rd. I don't. They're still making DLC for this?
Remember, they had 2 other Division games in development that they cancelled.
Right, Division Heartland and I think Division Hyperscape, I think.
Good one.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, and like apparently they're still working on Division 3, but like I guess this is great news for Matt Rory. I know he loved Division 2, but yeah, I don't know how this game is still going.
Yeah, people. Yeah, you're right. People do like the Division 2, but it's like, I know. Massive Entertainment has been busy. They made 2 huge games since Division 2 came out in Avatar. And they made the Avatar game, right? And I know they made Star Wars Outlaws. So yeah, they've been busy. It's like, okay, so I would have thought like the Division 3 would be spinning up, and that's not the sense I get from this, but who knows? We should keep going here because we're running out of time. Marathon PC closed alpha has ridiculously low minimum specs required. Let's see here. It's like you'll need an Intel Core i5 8600, a Ryzen 5 2600 processor, 8 gigabytes of RAM, a GTX 1050 Ti. This is like really low spec. To me, that just says where we're at. If you have an online multiplayer game on PC, it's basically got to be like the same specs as friggin' Roblox at a certain point. You got to run on potatoes. Because you just got to make sure that everyone can get into this thing. That's a key part of this, which is a big shift for this industry, but it's one that's been there for online multiplayer games for a long time now. And it's not surprising to see.
What a funny part of keeping the like heritage of the game alive when it comes to like, yeah, no, it's still going to look like a game that ran on Macs in the 80s if you wanted to.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's, I think the artwork for that game looks so good. It's like, I bet this is going to look real good even on low spec systems, just because it's going to be bright and vivid and it's going to pop, and the designs of the characters are so appealing. So yeah, interested to see. Okay. I think that does it for the headlines. We have a poll question to get into, and a new poll question for you all. Let's get to that one from yesterday. Do you have a Switch 2 pre-ordered? There's 3 options here. I can't pre-order in my country yet. Yes and no. 11% of respondents have pre-ordered a Switch 2. 41% have not. And 48% said they can't pre-order in their country yet. So I think that shows kind of how many people are in the United States and Canada listening to the show. But 1 in 5 of people who can pre-order have. That's not too bad. And I think that's a sign of like, oh man, there must be quite a few in the supply chain already. So I think that speaks to what you said earlier, where people aren't having the biggest pain in the world trying to get a pre-order as it happens. It's if it go up and you try to get one, seems like you have a decent shot at getting one. I hope that's the case for us, although I'm not expecting it, Lexi. I think it's going to be a bloodbath here.
Yeah. By the way, Nikki had a poll earlier in the show that is Europe different? It was just a good poll.
Yep.
Yeah, it was just a really
28,
good poll.
28 said yes, 4 said no. The 4 know what they're talking about. Let's see. And then although they also asked, have you ever referred to takeout bag as a sack? Let me see here. 8 said yes, 26 said no. What? Like, come on, White Castle. You got to get the burger sack. All right.
Yeah, finally, White Castle sounds more appealing and delicious when you call it a sack.
I love White Castle. I just looked it up. There's none in Cleveland. The nearest one to me is in Detroit. I have to go to a different city. They're based in Columbus. That's Ohio, but Ohio's very weird. All right. New poll question. We'll get to that here in a second. Before we do that, Lex Luddy, why don't you tell people where they can find you on the internet and all of that good stuff?
Yeah, like I said, I was at the Fish Game Summit, so I'm going to have some coverage of that going up on Shack News over the next few days, an interview with Sylvia Nelson, and 1 or 2 previews. The website that I run, Start Menu, which is for people trying to break into the video games media business, which made a lot more sense 6 years ago, just turned 6 years old. But yeah, we celebrated with some really cool artwork from friend of Giant Bomb, Jerem, who did some killer artwork for us, and we fantastic. Have put it up on a merch store. We're selling mugs and t-shirts and stuff. So go check that out. It looks great. And yeah, go support Start Menu on Patreon, because it allows me to keep on doing what I'm doing.
All right, new poll question. Who has more aura? Let's see, there we go. I think I got it that time. Your options are, it's an image poll, and one is Waluigi dressed as a mariachi band member. Option 2 is Wario dressed as a bumblebee. And number 3 is Mario in a kimono, I guess is that a traditional Japanese garb is what we'll call it. I'm sure it's more specific than just kimono.
Noticeable absence in this list, which I don't think I need to say which one it is, but just
clearly,
saying.
The dolphin riding a dolphin. We all know what you're talking about.
Lack of women being represented on Giant Bomb at show again.
Yep. Well, listen, those are the rules. I can't change them. All right, that poll. We'll get the results. Talk about it on the show tomorrow. Here, that's Game Breaking News. Speaking of Game Breaking News and the Power Block, we'll be back tomorrow with a new episode. And then today, I think we're going into the GameSpot Show. What else is happening? Let me take a look here. GameSpot Show, voicemail dump truck. There's a Galaxies showcase talkover or something, or maybe a post show. I don't know. They're figuring it out.
Yeah.
What's that?
The Galaxies thing. Yes. I thought you were talking about Star Wars convention or whatever that Lucy's at.
Oh, yeah, Lucy's at that thing. She's doing a panel or something like that. It's pretty cool. Happy for her. So yes, Galaxies showcase with GameSpot post show is what it says here on my calendar. So they'll have something to say about that Galaxy showcase, which apparently is going to, some people put together a show of like new games and from indie developers and all that stuff. I always think those are pretty neat. All right, and then tomorrow, UPF will be happening. We're going to play rematch for UPF tomorrow. So that's that Rocket League with people. It is a nuts idea, but we're going to play it on this website, and we'll have some criticisms, I think, about why this would be a thing that just couldn't work in real life. All right, Lex Luddy, thank you so much for hanging out with me today and talking about video games. I really appreciate it.
Anytime.
Thank you all for watching. You're the best audience in gaming. Until next time, have a good one. Take care of yourself, and goodbye.
You're watching The Power Block.
You're watching The Power Block.
You're watching The Power Block.
Just missed him.
On the next Games of Our Lives.
Yeah, that's right. You smell of poo. Why do we not talk anymore? We used to talk every day.
I know what you did!
It's gonna blow!
Oh, what was that? That was 2 clones, was it?
Yeah, again, that's like he has multiple attacks that have the 2 clones.
Okay.
And one could be real, one could be fake.
Welcome to the GameSpot Show. On today's episode, we talk about the long-rumored Oblivion remaster and Bloober Team's next game, Chronos.
Hey there, sir. $1. Thank you very much.
And now, your host, Kurt Indavina.
Yeah, welcome to the GameSpot Show. That's right. Right about now, there'd be an applause for the empty room that no one is in. That's fine. I'm Kurt Indavina, your host. We have an exciting day today, an exciting day for the GameSpot Show. We don't have any reviews, but we have 2 things that I think are more than cool to talk about. One of them being this little thing called Oblivion. Has anybody heard about this? Does anybody know? It was leaked, apparently. I mean, it's been leaked a couple times, so it's not really official. If you didn't already see the leak from the FTC lawsuit that happened back in 2022 when they had to release all these documents and it showed that was a thing that was happening, well, it was leaked again. This time we actually got screenshots. But we have a Jake Decker joining us, who is a certified Oblivion freak. They're here. And then right after that, you should stick around because we're going to be talking about the game Chronos: The New Dawn, which this guy got to see in person. Hands off, but I saw it. So stay tuned for that later in the show because we're going to talk about it. But in the meantime, let's talk about Oblivion with Jake Decker.
Whoa, where were you?
A little place called Oblivion.
Is that what we're talking about?
It is. We're talking about Oblivion, a game that was assumed to be a remake that was assumed to be made or being made via FTC records that were not carefully withheld.
Yeah, well, they had to be released,
Yeah.
and people saw that Virtuous was working on an
Right.
Oblivion remaster, which was weird at the time because there was a mod being developed called Skyblivion by fans.
But it's not any. But you would say it's. Would you say it's weirder now? Any weirder
Yes.
now that
Well,
it's actually kind of real, even though it's not real.
So
But, yeah.
there are levels to this, right? Like, how many times has Skyrim been released? Like, I can't count it right now, but it's
Yeah.
probably like 10 times.
Yeah.
Almost 10 times, 6, at least a half dozen, right? How many times has Oblivion been re-released? Like,
Well,
I guess technically twice, because
What, a
it
Game of the
came to
Year?
360 and PC, and then came to PS3 with, I think, the Game of the Year edition a year
Right.
later. So that's been it.
Mhm.
And like that game was critically acclaimed. People really liked it. But the problem was that Skyrim came out and that game took the fuck off to the point where like everything Bethesda had made before was almost forgotten about. Not even forgotten about. It was just like such a huge player base compared to Oblivion, which was successful in its own right, but not anything compared to what we got from Skyrim.
And continues.
Yes,
Which Skyrim
and
continues to be this.
And now, like a couple years ago, those documents got released that a Oblivion remake is being developed, which is cool, but it feels like it's 10 years too late.
Right.
Like, where was that Oblivion remake? You know, like it would have made a lot of sense for that Oblivion remaster to hit after Skyrim's success. You know, like when the Xbox One came out around that time. But
bring
instead, it was
Oblivion.
just Skyrim re-release. So re-release it on Xbox One, and then they released it on Switch, and then they did a version for Series X and PS5, and then they did probably on your phone you can play Skyrim. I actually don't know if you can play it on your phone, but probably you can. Who cares? I've never played that way. And now, after all these years, we're getting it, but there is a modding team developing Skyblivion, and I get it, right? Like, Bethesda can't make, I mean, Bethesda, I guess, technically can make money off of Skyblivion because in order to play Skyblivion, you need to own Oblivion and Skyrim.
Do you have to own both?
I believe you have to own both because, or maybe just Skyrim, but you have to own one of those games in order to play it. I think you do have to own both because I think you need Oblivion in order to import the voiceover into. So with Skyblivion, they can't use any assets from Oblivion in that game. Or in that mod.
In theory, you could play Skyblivion, but it would just have no voice acting.
Well, but they this is last I checked, but they developed like a mod that basically imports the Oblivion dialogue.
Okay.
So anyway, we're coming to this because Oblivion, this remake, has been rumored to shadow drop for, I feel like, this entire year, basically.
Yes.
They've been like saying, people have been saying, including, Jeff Grubb, who does our news show, has been saying this Oblivion remake is going to drop
any day
now.
Any day now.
Which also I think is weird because, as we talked about, The Elder Scrolls V was one of the biggest games of all time. There's hype around it, but there's no there's no marketing. Like, if it's just going to get released, it'll get released and there'll be some ads for it and it'll be like, it's out now. But that also kind of breaks my brain. Like, I know Todd Howard likes to he used to say that he liked to give as little lead time from announcement to release. Not the case anymore.
Wait a minute, what about Elder Scrolls 6?
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not anymore. Because Elder Scrolls 6 was announced forever ago and it's not out yet. And Starfield was announced like 5 years before.
Yes.
I think Starfield was announced like 6 years before.
Weren't they announced at the same time? Elder Scrolls 6 and Starfield?
Yeah, they were both announced back to back.
Yeah.
But with Fallout 4, that was announced a couple months before it came out. Fallout 76,
yeah, 76
that was
came
announced.
out.
Or that was announced a couple of months before it came out. And Todd said he'd like to do that because So
this is the extreme to that. He's not even going to say anything. He's going to cough, and then he's going to cough on the button, and that makes it go live. It's like, oh.
But that's why it's so weird to me because I feel like with a release like this and the excitement around it, maybe that's why they don't need to do a traditional PR campaign. But I feel like they could build hype for it that way. And like right now, the issue that we're kind of running into, right, is like there are details leaked about this remake, right? It's going to be developed by Virtuous, which pretty sure that's the case because their website
has been nuked. I mean, you can't even go to the site right now.
Yeah, it got 403
or whatever.
But there's like what people have pulled from that is like it's going to have revamped combat. Not combat.
I made a list. Souls-like blocking.
Like what the does that mean? Like what does that mean in context? And these are questions that like PR could clear up.
And also, I mean, to be clear, this information did come from a tweet.
It did, yeah.
Along with those screenshots.
Mm-hmm.
But like considering how much information people have seemed to have already known, it's like we can assume that these things are probably par for the course, including enhanced reactions.
What does that mean? Like enhanced combat reactions? Like if
before in that game, it was just
they just kind of
no reaction.
Yeah.
So maybe that's it. Stealth icons. That's the one I have no idea what.
Is that like? I think it's like over their head where they can like kind of see. Like how games do that, where if you're getting near an enemy and they have like a little thing over their head, a meter that.
But Skyrim didn't do that.
No. It didn't. Well, they had the eye, right? That like.
Well, before we get into all this though, there is one thing that I wanted to address with you.
Okay.
As a hardcore Oblivion fan, someone who's done a retrospective review on Oblivion, which is great, and you've also done a video on Skyblivion.
Yes.
We talk about all these new features and all these things that they've kind of hinted at, but like, what does this? And also, they're not calling it a remake; it is being branded as a remaster.
Yeah.
Which at this point doesn't even make sense anymore because like Metroid Prime was considered a remaster, but they remade all those assets.
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
I mean,
where do you,
if
and controls and all that jazz.
If those images that were leaked are in fact true,
those are remakes.
And if it's being remade in Unreal Engine 5,
it's not a remaster.
I don't understand how it would be considered a remaster. I don't know. That's semantics. Doesn't matter.
I know. But the one thing I want to ask you is what, like all the weirdness aside from there being already something in development to play it, what does this remaster need to be?
It needs to be bad. It needs to be bad. That's the thing with Oblivion. Oblivion was earth-shattering for me when it came out, right? Like, I had never played anything like that. I didn't play Morrowind. I'd heard of Morrowind, and it seemed cool, but those load times were eternal. It was very I don't know. I think I was just too young to really get into Morrowind at the time. And I played Oblivion, and it blew my mind. I was like, I didn't know games could be like this.
There's something really small, like when I first played that game, where it's like, I could leave an item here, and it'll just be there forever.
It'll be there, yeah. Unless your game starts to slow down, you have to clear the cache, and you have the whole day.
It was like I could drop a coin on this grass and like come back 100 hours later,
and that coin
it'll be there. It's like,
yeah.
It sounds so, I don't know. But it still sounds magical to me.
It's
like,
things like that, which blew me away. But as I said, Oblivion's bad. Like
you said, it's held together.
The combat sucks.
Yeah.
I think they had about 4 voice actors for a cast of 250 or something like that. It looks like dog shit.
It did when it came out. That's important to note. Like it looked weird when it came out.
Yeah, it looked awkward when it came out. The leveling is interesting but busted. It is. I mean, I showed you this morning. There are straight up flub voice lines in the game of people reading a line, stopping, going, "Sorry, I have to do that again," and then rereading it. So this game is bad, right? And I think that's part of the charm for me. And I know people talk about like that Bethesda jank. There's like kind of a nostalgic feel to it.
There's a different thing with Oblivion because it's not like the game's buggy. The game has this weird jankiness, but like there's blemishes.
There is a charm.
There's like charm to, only using 4 voice actors for everyone, and you hear 2 people talking to each other, and it's the same person exchanging dialogue.
And I think that's what worries me about the idea of a remake is like if you make Oblivion feel like a modern experience, I don't think it has that charm to it. And that's what kind of worries me the most about the idea of a remake. Like I said, because of this weird shadow drop, we officially know nothing, right? Like obviously that stuff got leaked. Could be wrong, could be talking out of my ass here. But I feel like for Oblivion to be Oblivion, it needs to be broken in a way. And like there are things that I hope that will be kept intact. Like I imagine they're not re-recording all of the dialogue, especially considering some of the cast they had. Like they had Sir Patrick Stewart voice the Emperor.
Yeah.
Sean Bean voiced pretty much the main character in the game. That's all I remember for big names. But like also like the dialogue is so dumb. Mm-hmm. Like every single character gives you their entire life story when you talk to them.
You never ask for them.
Like, "Hi, I'm Boromir. I was born here, and my father taught me how to run the stables. And these stables plowing home. I'll be here forever. Would you like to buy a horse?" And it's just like, yeah, goodbye. And it's like, this is the stupidest writing ever.
It's like walked in to buy a beer.
But I love it.
It's like, what's going on? There's also little things that it's hard to imagine. Like, there's a part of it where I tend to think remasters and stuff are kind of a necessary evil, if you will, to be able to make sure like things can live on and stand the test of time. The weird thing about this game is that it is available to play on PC.
Yeah.
It doesn't it runs good.
Yeah.
It's like it's totally functionable even without mods. The only place where there's a struggle is consoles. So it's like there isn't really a means to play it on a console.
Yeah. I mean, it is backwards compatible. I think you can get it on Xbox, right? But not really PlayStation. And I don't even think you'd want to because I don't know if you remember this, but like Bethesda games on PlayStation were even more buggy. Like Skyrim deleted saves after a while, right? And like I think they had a similar issue with Oblivion.
My how I played Oblivion and Skyrim were both on a PS3, and it was bad. It was like not a good experience. And I guess like the main thing that you were talking about is like the spirit, spirit of a thing, not just like the Bethesda jank. I'm talking about going in a third person and watching that jump animation and just like kind of glide through the air. It seems like such a complex game of like many issues and systems that are like all kind of broken in their own weird, connective way that fixing one of them feels like an impossible task to fix all of them. They all kind of like domino effect into each other that make that experience that experience.
And look, I hope I'm like maybe they'll come out with this remake and it'll fix all those issues and it'll still be a great game and I'll spend hundreds of hours. I'll probably spend hundreds of hours anyway playing it. But like, I don't know. I just have so much trouble imagining Oblivion being good in the way that people want a game to be good, you know?
I imagine this is just going to be a different experience.
Yeah.
I mean, through and through. I guess we'll have to find out. But there is also the most definitive thing that we've seen are the screenshots.
Yes.
What's your take on that color?
I think I need to play it first to like really make a decision on the color. The copium I'm huffing is that, you know, when Oblivion first came out, the entire world was just green forest. And what I'm thinking is that, you know, Cyrodiil is divided in different regions and they're supposed to have distinct looks. And I'm hoping that, like, you know, the reason that screenshot that got leaked looks kind of brown, sepia tone is because that's sort of the vibe of that region. And it'll change depending on where you are. I don't know if I'm
time of day.
Time of day. New lighting, like I said, Unreal 5, like that's, you know, like maybe it's just
that screenshot, that moment.
Exactly.
That thing.
Exactly.
All right, well, I guess we will have to.
Hey!
Whoa.
Are you guys talking about the Oblivion remaster without me?
What are you doing here? Aren't you, who's switching cameras? You're the production director. What do you?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm here because I have things to say about the Oblivion remaster. And to be frank, I'm kind of like embarrassed for you that you didn't think to ask me on, because I've played it.
Well,
a lot.
You've played the remaster?
The original.
Yeah, okay. Well, hi, Jean-Luc Seipke, the other Oblivion freak of GameSpot. What would you like to say?
Glad you asked, Kurt. So, first off, the color change, absolute bullshit. Like, dude, like, what is this brown fucking garbage? Like, Jesus Christ. Did, like, they accidentally, like, switch the color palettes with the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake? Like, that game looks colorful now instead of yellow, and this game looks yellow? Like, that's ridiculous. And, like, also, like, Unreal Engine 5, like, where's the jank? It's, you know, it's like what you said, but, like, even more so. Just, like, I need heads to be rolling in the back. Like, I need you know, like, I need this game to look like absolute garbage. Also,
we're gonna
mod
be
support, is mods even going to be happening, possible with this game with Unreal Engine 5? Like,
You're watching the GameSpot Show. Stick around, because we'll be right back.
On the next Games of Our Lives.
Yeah, that's right. You smell of poo. Why do we not talk anymore? We used to talk every day.
I know what you did!
It's gonna blow!
to be pop. There needs.
Welcome back to the GameSpot Show, everyone.
Fantasy.
Jean-Luc Seipke is still here and talking about Oblivion, but thankfully, you can keep doing your thing. Keep talking.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk. This next segment is about Chronos, the New Dawn. I'm gonna talk about it right over here.
All right, folks.
In the meantime, if you want to just like turn down Jean-Luc's audio.
I think we all know the importance of color, and
Hey, do you like 12 Monkeys? Do you like weird, twisted sci-fi time travel stuff like the show Dark, or maybe horror like The Thing? Well, I got news for you. You're probably going to be really into Chronos, the New Dawn.
Again. Animals. Fighting. Again.
Okay, so Chronos the New Dawn is the new sci-fi survival horror game from Bloober Team. But not the Bloober Team that just made Silent Hill 2, but the first party team of Bloober Team. These are the people who did The Medium and Layers of Fear. So while Silent Hill 2 was cooking up, they had another game cooking up called Chronos, the New Dawn. So what is it? As mentioned, Chronos the New Dawn is basically if you take twisted, messed up sci-fi time travel stories like 12 Monkeys and Dark. In fact, the directors of this game specifically mentioned Dark as inspiration and combine that with very classic survival horror, especially of like the most recent Resident Evil remakes, and I guess the Silent Hill 2 remake fits in that. But their inspiration specifically came from basically all forms of horror in this case. Combined together with The Thing, you get Chronos the New Dawn. Now, we saw 50 minutes of hands-off gameplay, so we don't have any of our own bespoke B-roll to show, but I can at least do my best to explain what it is. And it's like all time travel sci-fi shit. It's complicated. So you play as this kind of like cool scuba diving looking time traveler, and that suit is fireproof, which is an important note because fire is a big deal in this game. And you're basically traveling back in time before some big catastrophic event happens, and it's basically like a rescue mission for you to go in and get these people out. But while that's happening, there is, like gooey, tentacly body horror stuff all over the place. And well, you gotta fight it and, literally kill it with fire. The cool part about this game is that it's trying, like, all of its inspirations are on its sleeve. It's clearly inspired by Resident Evil 4 style horror, but it's also clearly inspired by Dead Space. But it also is clearly inspired by Dark and all the other things that they've mentioned. It is this perfect amalgamation of all these things these two directors love, and they just smashed it together. And I think one of the most appealing things for me is that it's not just like more sci-fi, like in space horror, but it's very grounded. It feels in a believable space and city, this 1980s Poland city, but with futuristic stuff in the mixture. Now, of course, there's clearly a lot of pressure on the Bloober team because no one thought they could do Silent Hill 2 Remake, or at least that was the assumption, that people were very weary of whether or not they can take on such a daunting task to remake one of the greatest games of all time. Now there's this pressure of them leading off the heels of Silent Hill 2 and doing something that is completely new, a new IP and new to the team. And something that's really fascinating to look at Bloober team is with every consecutive title, there seems to be this evolution in gameplay. They started, like, Layers of Fear is like this it's you're walking around halls and you're solving puzzles. There's not a lot of gameplay elements, but then the medium kind of took that a step forward with like various bespoke camera angles, switching between like two realities, and then there's puzzles. And then Silent Hill 2 Remake did full combat, gunplay, all that jazz, and now Chronos seems like a very natural evolution of that. It's also important to note that this game was being made in production for 4 years, so it's happening kind of simultaneously during Silent Hill 2. Just a thing, just a thought. So now we get to see Bloober team like full force, like doing gunplay, doing bigger environments than they've ever done before, like bigger effects, monsters, lots of different variety of things that are going on in it. And the thing that's that stuck out to me the most is in an era where survival horror has been going through a renaissance for the past few years, basically since the Resident Evil 2 remake. It's getting to a point where, like, how can this evolve any more than it already has? Like, Resident Evil 4 remake set a new bar. I would say Silent Hill 2 remake has now set a new bar. So where does Chronos fit in that? And I think the most fascinating thing that Chronos is doing is its enemies, because it's not just about like dodging and weaving and resource management and dealing with scary shit, but the more enemies you kill, the more there is a chance for a living enemy to absorb a dead enemy and then become like more monstrous, gooey thing-like creature. So during our gameplay, we got to see this sort of like dance in, do you kill all 4 of these enemies only for one to maybe potentially become a bigger, badder, stronger enemy? And that's cool. That's what I call scary. Speaking of inspirations, the idea of monsters becoming stronger by absorbing other monsters is reminiscent of another remake of a survival horror game, Resident Evil 1 Remake. Specifically, the Crimson Heads, which the developers said themselves as we were watching it, that's the kind of inspiration. So if you don't know, in Resident Evil 1, like, there gets to a certain point where you've killed all these zombies and you're like, I'm cool. I've cleared out this mansion. You skin chewers ain't got nothing on me because I already knocked your ass down. Until the Crimson thing happens and they all fucking get back up and they're way worse than last time.
Crimson Head's genuinely, like, so terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, one of the coolest things in, like, any video game.
Especially if you don't know when it's coming.
Yes.
Now Chronos the New Dawn is only Crimson Heads. The entire game.
Oops, all Crimson Heads.
You're just dealing with that thing. So if you're familiar with survival horror of today, the combat is very much in line with that. It's over the shoulder. Everything's very tight. You're going to be in tight spaces with these creatures, and you're going to have limited ammo, and you're going to be kind of doing a jig and a dance around these things, a waltz, if you will, in order to survive. Interesting part is that every gun you use actually has a charge hit, so you can actually like hold the trigger down and do a more powerful attack, which kind of leads to this risk reward if you think you can knock one of these things down with a charged hit when they're only 2 feet away from you. So it creates a different dynamic and sort of flow to combat that has usually traditionally just been like shoot, retreat, dodge, wiggle, do a dance with these skin chewers and all that. The other element is that killing these things just aren't as simple as shooting them and dying, because as I mentioned, another one can come along and get more powerful. So how do you deal with that, buddy old pal? Fire. That's where I was mentioning earlier where your suit is actually fireproof, because you actually have this sick mechanic where you can like shoot fire from your hands onto the ground and create like this ripple effect of flames around your feet to knock things away from you or set them on fire. And by burning these bodies, they can no longer be absorbed by another creature. But of course, because it's a survival horror game, that fire is a resource that you have to manage. So you kind of have to decide whether or not you're going to burn these bodies or risk the biscuit, as they say, and hope that, you don't come back to a bigger problem when you leave a bunch of dead bodies and then another creature comes along and absorbs those, and then you got a bigger issue, so on and so forth. So it creates this interesting dynamic of like gamifying, how you, kind of like the Crimson Heads, which you have to set on fire in the original game, in the original Resident Evil 4 1 remake, but it creates a new sort of like, dance on how you do this, how you deal with an enemy down the line. You have to think about, like, you have to plan kind of down the line how you might have to deal with a fight. Of course, it's alleviated with the ye old flame barrel that just people just kind of tend to leave around the world. I mean, like, I don't know about you, but when I'm walking down the street, I'm not seeing like tanks of gas just chilling on the side of the road getting ready to be shot at any moment.
Maybe not in your neighborhood.
You know what? You're right. I need to get out more. And of course, in fashion of the genre, you will be going back and forth through an environment, so you will be trailing behind certain areas. They didn't quite say like that it's going to be, maybe Resident Evil 1 mansion style sort of design, or 2 in that way, that you'll be backtracking a lot, but it does seem like there are these levels or these sort of hubs that will require you to maneuver and snake through environments.
Kind of like RE4 style,
Kind of like RE4.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like you have these like mini areas that you will have to navigate, open things, get information, fight stuff. But at the end of the demo I saw, it required the player to go all the way back out from where they started. So that means, dealing with problems they didn't, face when they arrived, which is a valuable life lesson. If something hard comes up, just, face it head on.
Shoot a barrel.
Shoot a gasoline barrel. Burn that problem down to the ground so it doesn't mesh and mold into something else. See, Chronos the New Dawn is actually just a metaphor for dealing with your issues. Don't let them fester. Become a gooey mess. I wish I could tell you more about the story, but at this point, there isn't much to say. We did get a gameplay trailer, so at least you can have some context of some of the stuff I'm talking about. The game is supposed to come out this year, but I will say it is a new dawn for the Bloober team. This is post Silent Hill 2, and they've, I think they're finding a new set of feet to run around in and set stuff on fire. I'm very excited for it. As a survival horror nut, keep them coming. Keep trying things new. Keep that wreck creature away from me, though. I don't want to look at her. I don't want to know she exists. So I might, be making a mistake playing Chronos the New Dawn, but I could set that bitch on fire. That's the difference. All right, and that wraps up the GameSpot show. Thank you all so much for watching. I've been your host, Kurt Navina. It's been a pleasure talking to Jake and I guess Sean Luke about Oblivion. Anyways, for everything video games and all that jazz, hang out here with us. All right, see you next time. Bye, folks.
All right, that's a wrap. That's a wrap. Come on out. Way to go, my team.
Oh, God. Here. You want to see? You want me to draw? You want me to draw? I'm done with this. I'm done. You want to see something?
If only I had like a color Pantone book to come out with.
Yeah, like an actual.
Yeah, Kurt, I think, like, you know, at least from where I'm standing, I know that, like, everyone really appreciates your work, your vision.
Right? Like, I don't think there's anyone else here that can touch the kind of, like, unique sort of voice that you have. And it's definitely special, for sure.
I'm always wondering, like, what happens if you change everything about your sort of look and style?
Get a haircut, shave
the mustache, take off the denim jacket, and just, you know, go to Nordstrom. Go to the rack and see what fits. If you can. I know you have, like, a strange kind of body shape. I'm not supposed to say that, but...
On the next Games of Our Lives.
Yeah, that's right. You smell of poo. Why do we not talk anymore? We used to talk every day.
I know what you did!
It's gonna blow!
Hey, my name is Eric.
Mics are now hot and live. Nikki Grayson.
Hey, it's Jeff Bakalar, obviously.
Many people are saying
I'm always saying that he's got a shirt that is promoting the social network Mastodon. Is that correct?
That is correct. Huge early adopter of the Mastodon social network. And we are flying that flag, folks, even though no one is left on the platform.
Nobody's on it, but Bakalar is. So yeah, that's my answer.
Dan Reichert, what do you consider you were an early adopter for?
Oh, I know what it was. What it is? It's Norm Macdonald. I've been screaming about Norm Macdonald for like
fuck
20
outta
years.
here.
For like 20 years until people decided, oh, he died, and they search, they share a bunch of videos and stuff. I've been on that train since 1995.
You are delusional if you think you are somehow.
I spent my life talking about how great Norm is, and everyone's like, oh, that guy's not funny at all. I don't get why he's funny. And now everyone came around, but I was 20 years early on that.
All kidding aside, Dan, you can't be serious.
I'm dead serious.
I've never met someone so delusional.
In a lifetime of this.
I think Dan, in my sphere at least, is
You're
the
19.
torchbearer.
What do you mean?
Is the
Nikki.
torchbearer for
Nikki's
Norm
right.
McDonald.
Nikki is right. Yes. Been screaming about him for decades.
I didn't know who he was before Dan.
There you go.
That's what I'll say.
Evidence.
That doesn't mean anything. That makes sense.
Mr. Bacalar,
Hmm.
have you ever owned a puppet?
Yeah, I have many puppets. I have many puppet-ass puppets. There's one on the shelf back there. I've got a little Satan one, the devil that I used to do a show for Dib when he was growing up to put him to bed. I'd be like, this is Satan. Worship me and not
Put your kid to sleep?
Yeah,
That's
with
crazy,
Satan.
dude.
Yeah, and he'd be like,
$1 million
thank
dream.
you.
Yeah.
Good night, Dad. I love you. And Satan. Yeah, I got a couple puppets.
Dan is a little quiet.
I did a little cranking here. Is this good cranking?
No,
I can crank more.
that's enough. Stop cranking.
I'll crank it.
Please.
Dan, please.
I'll crank it. You think I
Please,
won't?
Dan, please.
I'm not challenging you. I'm asking you to wait. All right, gang. I believe we should be ready to go once Nikki gets back.
Sorry, I had to get the dog. She escaped my view, but the door to my room is closed, so I was confused as to where she went. She mysteriously journeyed her upstairs. So I looked up the stairs, and there were two dogs staring at nothing at
That'll
the
happen.
door.
Yeah,
Scary.
I
think
kind of
my
want
cat's balls are cut off now.
That's good.
Yeah, or dick.
You're gonna ask to keep them?
They don't cut.
I don't want the
penis
dick
off.
or balls. No.
They don't cut a penis off when they neuter an
You
animal.
get some noodles.
Just balls.
Yes, Dan.
Ball is life.
The
But, like,
animal
off,
will
like-
the animal will continue to need to urinate.
Oh, right, but will not have balls or will have
Correct. No
idle
testicles.
balls?
No testicles. I
This
believe it's
sounds
just a
good,
pouch.
right?
It's just a pouch, an empty pouch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Empty.
All right. I think
Okay.
things are yummy now. I'm gonna fade to black.
Talk to Marty.
All right, I'm recording the video. I'm gonna roll the intro now. Thursday. The machine is on.
Well, if it isn't the voicemail dump truck pulling into your neck of the woods, patting its chest, rubbing its belly, and saying hi to only the dogs in the neighborhood. How's it going? My name's Jeff Bacalar. It is Thursday, April 17th, 2025. Bring all the pups. You got pups? Bring them to the show. That's right. It's Bring Your Dog to Work Day on the voicemail dump truck. Nikki's got a little scrappy little guy there. Who's that, Nikki?
This is Barley. She gets scruffier
Wait,
every
Barley.
day.
Barley has. I'm sorry. I know Barley very well, but that doesn't look like bars.
Listen. That's
See
what
what a
she
dog looks like.
I've got you pretty small in my window. We'll just chalk it up to me losing my vision. Dan Reichert, how are you?
I have never been better, Jeff Bacalar.
I know you very personally, and there's no way that's true. Jan
Every day is
Ochoa,
better than the last.
how's it going, buddy?
I ran out of the menthols I bought in New York, so I'm a little cranky.
Wait a second. You're telling me what? They don't sell menthols in California anymore? You got to smuggle them back?
Illegal.
No,
For real?
Because of Gavin
Yeah.
Newsom and his podcast.
Oh, that greasy, slimy bozo.
Yes.
It's one of those weird things where it's racist and good for people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
Because minorities are the only people who really smoke menthols, but
But
they're
isn't
so
that
bad for
racist
you.
also,
No, for
Nikki?
sure. So like every single part of it is racist. It's
Yeah,
racist
no one-
that cigarette companies made menthols and marketed them specifically to Black and Asian people.
Right.
And
It's
then
racist all
it's-
around. Everyone gets a taste,
Yes,
you know?
and it's
Would it
also
help
racist
if I
that
started
Gavin Newsom
smoking
took a-
menthols? Would
No,
that make anything better?
It would be. Yeah, I think it would make
Yeah.
it better.
Kind of
It would
widen
make
the demographics. a bit
widen
if
the
I-
demographic.
Yeah, like I can do like two at
Totally.
a time if you want.
Yeah, Midwestern white guy with a scary beard needs to join the party of having
I can do it.
menthol addiction.
I
That
wouldn't
would
say addiction. It's just like an activity.
I'm just trying to help.
Preference.
Nikki,
Jan,
yes?
stop fucking smoking, you dummy.
Nikki,
No,
yes?
I'm tickling Jan.
Oh,
that's-
you got to sell it, brother.
We don't allow that on this program anymore. We got in trouble. So there's a couple things I want to talk about. The first thing I want to talk about is like this really funny narrative that's going around.
Mhm.
It's that Katy Perry's like a boomer now, and I think that's hilarious.
Always has been.
She
I don't know if-
yeah.
Is it boomer or she just seems insufferable?
Yeah, like,
Oh,
so
like
I
it
forget
always
what I
has
was
been.
watching. Someone was making a really good case after the space thing, the Blue Origin thing, and they were just like, it's just a bunch of like women boomers in a pod going up to like almost space, and Katy Perry's there too. And then someone was like, is Katy Perry like doing anything right now? I don't.
She put out that album.
She's
and
on tour.
She did that
Yeah,
video
but
that
like-
everyone hated, and she had to explain was satire, but then it seemed like she didn't know what satire was. Did you see this?
No.
It's a bad
oh,
video.
No, but
Yeah.
have you seen the
The women's
A1?
empowerment one.
Yeah.
The A1 videos are real good.
A1 teachers are going to be a big deal. Yeah.
Linda McMahon calling AI A1.
Several
Oh
times.
boy.
Once we've been like, yeah, every school will have A1 teachers, and oh yeah, each classroom will have an A1 teacher.
That's like not even putting your name on the test. That's like not even showing up. What's happening?
We gotta have a moratorium on the McMahons on this program.
Well, we'll get there. I'm sure we always do every episode. I'm
hard.
sure we'll
It's
arrive
hard.
at that conclusion at some point. And the other thing I wanted to say and reinforce, because I know I've brought it up on this program. That's right, the TV review program known as the Voicemail Dump Truck. Common Side Effects, best season of television so far in 2025. I said it. I mean it. I have not seen all the television, but I've seen some of the television. And Common Side Effects is unfucking touchable at this moment in time for me. I've seen Severance and nothing else. No, I've
Is
seen.
it as good as Smiling Friends?
What's that?
Oh, you'd love that backlog.
You would love. I think you would
Smiling
actually
Friends.
release Smiling Friends.
Is it 2025?
I guess it was last year.
Okay, no, it's fine.
So never mind.
It doesn't disqualify it, but it does
Yeah.
disqualify it from best of the
From
year
this
so far.
specific conversation.
Sure,
Smiling
yes, but
Friends
I
is
wrote it
the
down.
most. It's the most like Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Ooh,
like flavor of TV on right now. It's completely. But it is also like. It's more fucked than any of the other stuff on early Adult Swim, but it does do the like real person interacting with cartoon stuff that Space Ghost kind of pioneered.
Sign me up. Sounds beautiful.
It's really
Sign me
fun.
up.
It's on Max, the one to watch for HBO.
Oh right, yeah, I have that through a friend.
I watched
a
Max
relative.
last night. Did you see Takeshita versus Will Ospreay?
No, I got halfway through Dynamite and then was like, wow, this is a fucking heater.
Takeshita Will
I stopped.
Ospreay.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. Imagine a world where play the power bombcast music. Can you do that?
There we go. There we go.
Great.
Yeah, and mute
So
Backlar
imagine
for
a
little bit.
world. Imagine a world where Will Ospreay is AW World Champion,
Well, that'll
and
happen.
Takeshita is IWGP World Champion.
This all sounds very
And
plausible.
It's a title versus title.
Ooh,
Yeah. Tokyo Dome.
At the dome.
Yeah, that'd
For
be
like wrestle finally
Dumb.
final
Yeah.
fantasy final wrestling
Yeah.
is the name of this new pay-per-view.
Yeah, that'd be a good
Anyway.
wrestling match. I
Hey,
would like that a
that
lot.
would be fun.
I see
Yeah.
that friend of the program, Adam Cole, is going to be at PAX East. Should we just like do a run-in?
I saw other
Oh.
friend of the show, Kenny Omega, is also going to be
That's
at PAX East.
true.
We should do.
Wow.
Dan, can we do something? Can we have them do like one of the things?
Let's talk. I can reach out to him.
Yeah, do it. Producer, do it.
All right, we'll talk about it.
Okay,
We're not
well,
live,
there it
are we?
is.
No,
Very live.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you mean? The what? We
What
can't
do you mean? We haven't.
This is something we could say out loud. What do you
This
mean?
isn't how we structure
I know,
our
but I'm gonna help stuff in
conversations.
case- we don't know their schedules. We don't know.
Of course not.
I can certainly ask.
Okay, great. Wonderful
guaranteed.
news.
We're gonna have Andre the Giant On the
Yokozuna,
program.
Bigelow, King Kong Bundy, Bobby the Brain Heenan. Put it on the poster.
Is this just dead wrestlers?
Mr.
Is that what we're
Perfect.
doing? We're just
Yeah.
listing
Dead wrestler. We can go for a while.
We go for a long time.
All right, enough dead wrestlers, please. What else is happening outside of wrestling, friends? What else is going on? Do we need a catch up? Do we need a catch up for me? I
ran a 5K a week and a half ago.
Congrats.
And then I got a medal for it. And then I felt better than everyone that day because I had a medal around my neck.
I love that. Yeah, when
It's
you're done with the
amazing what
race,
they'll
it's-
do.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You
Was it
should
early
just
in the
start
day
wearing-
too?
Yeah.
So I love that because you finish up and it's like 9. They're still serving breakfast at Taco Bell, and you got a medal around your neck, and you put
Yeah.
the work in, and you're like, I'm doing whatever the fuck I want the rest of this day.
Yeah.
You're like, how do I cancel all of that?
No, it's a reward.
It makes me want to start a self-help series or workshop where I just give the people that attend medals, and it's like, hey, you're better now.
I got
And
a
then we see
question.
what happens. Yeah.
I got a question, Jan. Why did you receive the medal because of more than just finishing the marathon, which deserves a medal? I want to be clear, but did you was there something else on top?
Nah, they just gave them to everyone.
That's cool. I mean, finishing one's a big deal.
Let me tell you though, there were some people like 5K translates to what 3.1 miles, right?
Yeah,
I'll take your word for
5K,
it.
yes, it is.
Yeah. I was looking at the results afterwards, and I definitely could have done better, but 5K is super chill, it's relaxed, so times don't really matter. But someone finished it in 17 minutes flat.
Damn.
Which
jeez, like
that's a little better than 5 minutes. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Insane. Yeah,
my best is
You know what? Good for them.
25.
Get a job though.
That's what I was thinking. Like, do you experience joy if you have to do this?
I do think some of the runner freaks, some of them are just kind of they've got the right genes for it. They got the right DNA. Like there's some people I know that are just with no effort, just supreme runners. Like there's some people are just built different that way, Yeah. They should touch grass too. I agree. Get a fucking life, 100%. But yeah.
Are they perhaps not the most touching grass of all of us?
No, it's pavement. Literally just pavement.
Do you think that they get the runners high anymore?
I don't think I've ever gotten that. You always hear about that, but I've never.
It's never happened to me either.
That's the thing, Nikki. They're constantly chasing that dragon.
I have gotten high and ran, if that counts for anything. But
That does count. That's real.
I've also done that. It's great.
It's not bad at all, actually. Yeah.
No, you can go for a long
far.
time.
Yeah.
No, you can go for way longer that way.
Yeah. Hang on,
I forgot to breathe for a second.
Yeah, you can make it. Yeah. Oh, Terry Funk's going to be on our PAX panel.
That's yes.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
He's going to play Black Club games with us. Yeah.
Out of retirement, baby.
Fucking great.
He has
we got him. Forever! Forever, Terry Funk!
Didn't he die? When did he die? 2 years ago?
There's no way to know.
He keeps dying.
That's my
You
joke.
can't check that.
That's my joke. You know what I'm sick of? I am so goddamn sick of people asking me to fill out a survey because their life depends on it. We have broken this. There's another point of failure in the system. I don't know what to tell people when they say, if you don't fill out a survey, I will not be able to feed my children. What is happening?
What are you talking about?
Who is emailing you with life or death surveys?
No, it's
this
been
an old
in
guy
person.
thing?
It's been in person, Nikki.
Oh, is it the vest people?
There's-
at
no,
the
no,
store?
no. It's like car people. It's
I understand.
Like buying a
I
big
get
major
it.
appliance, right? Like people
Yes,
being
yes.
oh hey, if you could I don't know, be a totally awesome dude and give me all 10s on this survey, I won't get fired, and then I will also get a bonus to feed my pet tortoise. I don't know what this how. And then the first question on the survey is, has anyone influenced your answers?
No, the answer is no. Sometimes,
And
listen,
I know the answer is no, but what are we doing?
As part of being alive, we have set up systems that break society. And sometimes you just got to play the game so the guy can feed his little tortoise.
It seems like an IRL CAPTCHA moment. You know what I mean? We're like, we're just having to go through motions of like insanity, you know, where we're just like, I guess this is just part of our life now that we have to like help our fellow human and, you know, prevent them from being let go by giving them all 10s on a survey.
Numbers. Yeah. Completely fucked.
We should start doing surveys about how we
at the end of every
podcast.
stream.
Every podcast or stream, fill out a survey. Yeah.
Because I remember when my grandma's favorite thing to do when I was a kid and I would go visit her at work. My grandma worked at a school. And sometimes I would have to go to work with her, which didn't really make any sense because I was also a child and should have been in school. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of inexplicable why I was at work with her so frequently, because I was also in school and she was working at also a school.
Was it the same school?
Different schools on different sides of the city, brother. So entirely unclear. Anyway, it was Charnock Road Elementary School on the west side here in Los Angeles, and adjacent to it is a Burger King. And my grandma's favorite thing to do was she would get Burger King once in the week, and then they would print out the receipt. And then at the bottom of the receipt, you would call and do a survey. And then if you bought fries, they would give you a free Whopper. So that she would go early in the week, knowing that I was going to come later in the week, and then she would buy fries, and then I would get a Whopper.
Yes.
And what if we offered Whoppers at the end of every podcast?
I would say not Whoppers. And if we need to hire someone for this, my dad does this gimmick with McDonald's still, and he has all these receipts and calls in and fills in online surveys, and he's got like weird workarounds and schemes to get extra free stuff. So if we need to hire that role for us,
that sounds good.
Paul Reichert, yeah,
he's
not going to put pants on.
Well,
that's fine.
I wasn't going to ask him.
Pants aren't required.
Yeah,
and Whoppers. No offense, Nikki. Whoppers are like D-tier fast food
really
burgers,
fucking
right?
bad.
Like,
Burger
King's the worst.
Do you know how fucking depraved your establishment has to be that they serve you a hot burger but the cheese isn't melted on it?
Oh, I can't. Let's not even unpack that.
Isn't
What
that
are we
crazy?
even doing? What are we
That's
even
fucking
doing?
crazy.
Come on.
Vile.
I don't even see Burger Kings anymore. Like they're just not around.
I will only have it if it's the only option.
Let me see.
You know, it's
the
a
chicken fries are all
the
right.
only thing. They're fine, but like nuggets are better. You know, like there's no reason to go to Burger King over anything
you know what
else,
though?
You know?
I won't turn down a long chicken sandwich.
Do they still do chicken the long way?
I think they still do chicken the long way.
They do still do chicken the long way.
They were saying that,
cool.
right?
That's cool.
They
All
were
right.
saying that.
when they cut the chicken vertically.
Yeah, that's how I order it. Yeah. I'll have 2 chickens the long way.
I'm going vertical for this long chicken.
Oh my God, Nikki, this is how we save Burger King.
Yeah, we go vertical for the long chicken.
When you think about it, our phones now are kind of geared towards chicken the long way, right?
You're right. You're right. It only
Society
makes
is
sense.
going the long way.
Yeah.
When you open the
future.
Burger King app, it should, to get to the actual app screen, you should have to scroll the length of a shoot long chicken sandwich before it shows you any content.
I agree.
You think Burger King has an app? I feel like
They have to.
They've got to have
I know,
an
but
app.
I know.
That's
Would it
free
surprise
data.
you? Would it surprise you if they didn't though?
No, it
The
wouldn't.
gimmick should be
wouldn't.
to open the app, you have to do Face ID, but it's like a Whopper. You have to show it. So you already have their food if you want to open their app.
Already.
You get your points retroactively. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get it.
there's just like fun games on there you can play. If
Okay,
you scan a Whopper.
This is so crazy. Sean says McDonald's over Burger King, but the Whopper over anything McDonald's has.
I mean,
That's
like,
the
what are
craziest
we-
shit.
Why are we even giving
Who said that?
air to things like that?
Sean.
Turbo Sean said that?
Yeah, that's what he said in
Horseshit.
the
That is-
Giant Bomb chat.
No, how does
That can't be true.
How do you
Everybody in
arrive
here
at
is
that?
lying.
then you pick Burger King over McDonald's then? If
Yes,
the
he
Whopper
just
is
said
better.
it over everything.
Thinking that the Whopper is better than the Quarter Pounder should put you in jail.
No
Yeah.
one
Like,
has
I
ever.
just-
I had a quarter pounder 4 days ago, and it was the best burger I've ever had.
That's also said, but in
That
its own
can't
way.
be true.
And I
It's
had
also said
Minecraft. I got the Minecraft sauce.
Cool.
Yeah.
What's the Minecraft
Better than I
sauce,
expected.
Dan?
It's kind of
What
spicy.
is it?
It's like it's nether flame sauce.
Is it just the same spicy sauce that they rebrand every 6 months?
Which is voxels
because it used to be the Rick and Morty sauce.
Well, I refuse to engage with that.
Well, that was the spicy. It's red, right? And it has chili flakes.
It's red and it's spicy. It's spicier than you think.
Yeah,
no,
okay.
This is
So
Minecraft sauce.
It's also the 2008 Beijing spicy chicken nugget sauce.
This tastes like Beijing.
It tasted like the Olympics, and which at the time I thought was fucking cool.
Yeah,
I liked
it. If it's the same thing, it's good, but I think this is straight out of Minecraft.
Straight out of Minecraft.
Yeah,
love the
sauce
chicken, everybody.
from Minecraft. Speaking of Minecraft, I know a 10-year-old, and he just had a birthday, and he received 20,000 V-Bucks.
Seems like a lot.
That's crazy.
And
he's rich.
What I'm holding in my hand, almost $1,000 in Dick's Sporting Goods gift cards.
What?
So I don't know what happened in 9 to 10, but like from 8 to 9, it was all like Legos. And from 9 to 10, he got 30 envelopes.
What?
Yeah.
$1,000 for a 10-year-old?
Almost $1,000.
So he's got $1,000 worth of Dicks, which is awesome.
I'm sorry, it's not just Dicks. It's like a couple Visa gift cards, a couple Fanatics, but almost $1,000 worth.
So you can throw that one right in the fucking garbage because that's where the stuff comes from.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, look, we're just gonna have to everyone hates Fanatics. They're the new supplier of jerseys for the NHL, and they fall apart in the wash. Everyone hates them. He's just gonna have to get a lame Devil's hat that they make there. But anyway, it's crazy that it's all Dicks, right?
So can your son buy me some stuff on the shop? Because they just put the Adventure Time guys in there, and I don't have enough V-Bucks.
Well, yeah. Well, he's very generous with his V-Bucks. He gifts everyone stuff.
That's awesome.
Me. I didn't see $1,000 until I was 32. This 10-year-old's got $1,000.
Well, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. I mean, look.
Oh, are you just taking it? That's actually a good racket.
I'm not stealing money from him. I'm just managing it. I'm just gonna manage it for him.
You're the bank.
Yeah, he needs a new hockey stick.
From the Dicks? Okay.
Yes,
how much do those cost? Like $400?
The really good ones. But he's shorter. He's a junior stick. But you have to cut your stick, and he grew over he's grown 3 inches. So he needs a longer stick. So that'll be probably $100. And then, some other hockey junk. And then before you know it, you're like, I guess I got to put out my credit card too, because we don't have enough to cover all this.
Yeah.
Well, adds up.
Can you invest the Dicks money at the Dicks and then have it multiply? Like if you give them the $100 now, if you take it out in 2 years, will it be worth $125?
You're like, hey, can I convert this gift certificate into some sort of stock? Is what
like a certificate of deposit situation or something.
Yeah.
Touch it for a couple years. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll pop in there and ask them.
Yeah, you should ask them.
And I've
heard because they got iShow Speed works there now.
iShow Speed. Oh,
Scooty
right,
Lee
that's
works
right.
there now. Tom Brady works there now. So it seems like they got a lot of guys at the Dicks.
As far as I understand, Dick's ownership is very good people. I think that's right. So that's happy to hear it.
Kiss, right?
Dude, what a cool joke for 4 people.
I thought it was funny.
You don't know who Norm Macdonald is, Nikki. What are you laughing at?
Not before Dan. But now I do.
So, and he already got we got a basketball hoop that I'm gonna build this weekend. So I'll have an update on that. One of those
Backlar, are you ready to dunk on your child?
Oh, I can't wait.
Awesome.
It lowers to 7 feet, and I can't wait. I'm just gonna upset his weekend. It's gonna be sick.
Can I fly out there and do it a couple times?
No, because I think he would reject you somehow. I think he would jump higher than you. I believe he's more athletic than you, and I think he would really, injure you potentially.
Yeah, I guess I did do a video where
yesterday. He proved to me yesterday that he's very close to almost kicking my ass.
Oh, what did he punch you?
No, we were like, I was trying to get him to leave soccer practice, and he was like messing around, and I'm just like, let's go. And like, we started like play shoving, and then he gave me one shove where I was just like, uh-oh. I was like, uh-oh.
Oh no, my kid is jacked.
That was strong. Uh-oh.
Oops, my jacked kid.
Go back inside, play some video games.
Yeah, I was like, maybe all this confidence in ice hockey and all this other stuff is like, I don't know, maybe you're like building muscle, and that's a problem for me, and sounds like for Dan.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna pivot, folks, because believe it or not, this is a call-in show. That's right. Hey, did the thing. 707 exit flu is the phone number for voicemails. You call that up, you leave a voicemail, and you got about an 11% chance of getting on the program. Isn't that right, Jan Ochoa? Thank you for coordinating and collecting and curating all of these fine voicemails. We're going to turn it to the one and only, soon to be ass kicked by Dib, Dan Reichert. Please choose the first voicemail.
Let's go with arrested.
Guys, I got arrested for stealing a bunch of encyclopedias. When the cops apprehended me, I said, wait, I can explain everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, I know we were like encouraging people to send out the jokes. We were like, hey, what's your mistakes? You know, maybe you make some mistakes with prompts. I'm gonna give Ty to the runner here, and I'm gonna give caller benefit of the doubt and say, caller, good joke.
Yeah,
good joke.
Good joke, caller. I had not heard
When was
it
the last
before.
time you opened an encyclopedia?
Kind of recently.
2003.
Recently?
2003.
What?
Yeah, so I got a lot of weird things happening in my life right now where like I'm just going through life experiences. Like I've had like a decade's worth of life experiences in maybe a year or two. My parents sold my childhood home, so I had to go through those drawers, and those cabinets, and those ghosts, and those demons, and those
your devil puppet. Yeah,
exactly. And I opened a cabinet in my childhood room, and there it was, the 1997 complete set of encyclopedias.
Britannica?
World Book.
Okay, yeah.
World Book.
And I said to Dib, I was like, yo, check this out. They used to print out the internet, basically.
That's a good one.
And he was just like, what do you mean? And I'm like, all the knowledge that began with B is right here in these 600 pages.
Every single thing.
That's it. This is all we knew. It was all crammed into this. And man, I should have recorded it because it just was not computing.
Really?
No.
He just was like, what do you mean? Like, I mean, I guess I get it. If you were born with no understanding of what life could have been like before the internet, I guess.
I can picture life
My
before
kids-
TV.
No, my kid's not finding out about the internet until I found out about it.
Oh, yeah. I'm just going to give mine like a Game Boy and then like, hey, they came out with a Game Boy Color now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let them live the way you lived, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think that's grounds for CPS to come get you.
No.
Right.
In a little bit.
I'm still feeding them.
Yeah. Anyway, that was the last time I experienced opening an encyclopedia.
I'm still feeding them is an incredible way to definitely not get CPS to show up.
If that's your first retort to CPS, you got problems. But they're fed.
Look at them.
They're living.
Good. They're alive.
Those hearts are beating.
They got nice clothes. They wear nothing but beanies and overalls. They're great.
They might be barefoot outside, but they have shoes that they chose not to wear.
Yeah.
Speaking of barefoot outside. Oh, sorry. Oh, Dan, what did you find?
I was going to say I was a big Encarta guy, and I just searched Encarta 95, and sure enough, you can just download the ISO and check out like 1995 Encarta. Oh shit, I'm gonna.
You should
do
let
that.
them know about some stuff that's about to happen.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Well,
it's like a wiki. Contact 1995 through Encarta.
Through the Encarta.
I think you're misunderstanding how encyclopedias work, Nikki.
No. I think Dan can update it now.
Yeah.
And then
let
he'll
them
go
know.
back.
Tell them a lot of things,
If you just tell them about 9/11, most of the stuff that's happening right now doesn't happen.
Oh shit!
So
I was just going to tell them to pre-order Mario 64. Shit. Oh, sorry. I guess I will also tell them about 9/11. Yeah.
Say Dan, say you had the ability to go back, tell Encyclopedia Britannica 3 things.
Pre-order 1995 Encyclopedia
Sure.
Britannica.
Yeah.
Pre-order Mario 64.
You guys, okay.
9/11.
Okay.
That's a good second one.
There we go.
But you guys are missing the point of this thought experiment.
Which is
at no time did any encyclopedia attempt to predict the future. Like no one, like if there wasn't an index in the back where it was like heads
go
up.
to F?
Well,
it was like heads up.
What if they had like an extra book, like after they get through the alphabet, it's just plus.
Okay.
It's just
pre-order Mario 64, 9/11, and
you can't
arrest
pre-order
Bill Cosby.
9/11.
We'll talk about it later.
Oh, why Bill? No, why you? No, that's
no.
I'm just saying. Or maybe OJ was done at that point. Okay.
It was 95, wasn't it?
OJ was around then. Yeah.
Here's the thing.
We can still get Bill Cosby in jail.
Here's what I'll say about OJ Simpson.
Yeah.
You also cannot preemptively jail people. I don't understand.
If you had proof for the burden of proof,
this ain't Minority Report.
Here's what I'll say about OJ.
Yeah, let's talk about
the
OJ.
images of the chase fucking bang. The
we
shots
need
of
that.
the chase.
Oh, you weren't
bang.
alive, right? You weren't alive.
We can't. I don't
No,
think
you
so.
weren't alive. No,
I wasn't.
No.
And we can't take those away because the reason that the Bronco is so cool is because of the chase.
Well,
okay. You know,
it's crazy that the Broncos
were
back.
Cool. You know what images were not cool is at some point during the trial, some grocery store tabloid got pictures of the murders, and my mom bought it, and it was just sitting out, and it was like grisly neck wounds and blood, like uncensored. And I'm like, 10 or 11, I'm walking by like, oh, okay, well, I'm not gonna ever forget that image.
You
those
saw
aren't as cool as
Jaws. What's the problem?
Jaws wasn't a shoot. OJ killed his wife and a waiter.
You're like, I can suspend my disbelief only with shark movies.
Actually, the court of law says he did not, so. Could have been anyone.
It's Kim Kardashian.
It literally could have been anyone.
It's probably
anyone.
Kato, yeah.
Right. I don't know how we got to OJ Simpson and 9/11, but this is the
and Mario
wrong...
64.
Yeah. Don't lump
the three amigos.
Don't lump Mario in there.
Oh boy.
The Mount Rushmore of fucking hell. I don't know.
Man, I got options for this week's thumbnail, huh?
Just trying to help you, buddy.
This feels bad. We pivot. Jan, please help us.
Was that just one voicemail?
That was just
one. I picked these like half an hour ago. I don't remember any of them. Elbow. Elbow. Oh God, hold on.
Oh God, hold on.
Okay.
No,
now,
elbow. Oh, sure, elbow.
Oh, great. These aren't playing now. Okay, hold on. I can do this.
Okay.
I can do
Hey,
this.
dump truck, my elbow hurts.
It's just a little. It's just like, hey, dump truck.
Okay, thanks, caller.
You ever bang your elbow and like then see a color?
There we go.
So fucking hot, I'd let him break my elbow. Maybe Minotti too if he wore Disney fucking hats.
I'll play it
What?
Whoa.
Jeff Grove is so fucking hot, I'd let him break my elbow.
Oh.
Maybe Minotti too if he wore Disney fucking hats.
Disney fucking hats.
Caller, are you okay, caller? We all know.
Caller seems distressed.
We all know this about Grubb. We highlighted this last week. We spoke of his brilliance. But Minotti, that's just a bridge too far, caller.
He's got his fans.
Oh yeah, Mike's got his fans.
Yes.
All right, that's good to know. I appreciate you sharing that info.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Should we do another
solid
one?
call.
Sure.
All around. Okay, Nikki, you pick it.
Give me cartoon dog.mp3.
On the last episode, Jeff Grubb mentioned that furries love him and are very nice to him, and that's because, Jeff Grubb, you are the human equivalent of a cartoon dog with sunglasses on. All right, love you. Good night.
Oh, like the Simpsons one? What's that one's name?
Poochie.
Poochie.
Yeah.
He is the Poochie of Giant Bomb, is he not?
That's not a compliment.
It's not?
You don't-
Oh,
I
right.
guess
They
you
were
don't
all
know
like,
Poo-
go
you don't
away.
know
They were all
Poochie
like,
lore, I guess.
Yeah, they were all like, get out of here. Go away, right?
He
Yeah,
was
yeah.
added
I
to
take
the
it back. I
show
take it
by
back.
clueless corporate people. Yes, yes.
Yeah, Poochie, but like, you know, a good version of Poochie, right?
Grub is more like a Jake the dog from Adventure Time.
That's true. I
Yeah.
would say that. If Jeff Grubb revealed that he would be able to turn himself into a motor vehicle like on a whim, I would believe that.
If anyone on staff were to make bacon pancakes and make a song about it, it would be Jeff Grubb.
Yeah. What's that
true.
movie with John Smoochie?
Death to Smoochie.
Death to
Which
Smoochie,
Death to
yeah.
Smoochie.
I do
That's
happen
Robin
to
Williams
I really like that movie.
My grandpa had a huge poster for that flick in his room.
That's
What?
a weird thing for a grandpa to have.
Am I your grandpa? Oh, his movie viewing could have been like the same as ours. Nikki's grandfather could be our age. What's happening?
That's not true. No,
I don't
he
think
just had it-
mathematically. No.
That math doesn't square.
Nikki, how old is your
My
grandpa?
grandpa is like 77. He's between 77 and 70 or an 80.
And when was this
Somewhere in that
Death
gap.
to Smoochie poster first posted?
I thought it was really scary because the
Because it's
poster
just
that
like
was
the black
in there was
with the pink,
It
right?
was just silhouette, and I was
Yeah.
like, this is scary to me.
I can't believe your grandfather had a. That's amazing.
That's weird. Yeah.
Yo,
It's because he worked at and it was just the dead body. Yeah.
Right,
he had
yes.
he had this exact poster in his room. It's because it's a Warner Brothers flick, right? Is that correct? I'm looking.
I couldn't tell you, but I'll take your word for it.
We are checking. It is a Warner Brothers flick, and he was working for the printing company that printed all the
Right.
posters. So he had this poster in his home. It's
Speaking
scary.
about posters that scared us as children, my parents had a big Jesus Christ one because you know Catholics and everything.
A poster?
Sure.
Yeah, a poster of Jesus, but I think this one may have just been a close-up of him while he was dying on the cross. So
it was getting cruised.
Was he
yeah,
doing
well,
the, that thing.
yeah, he was going while he was getting cruised.
Yeah.
And then whenever I'd wake up in the middle of the night and like the closet door would be left open, there would just be Jesus staring at me like bathed in moonlight, getting
Cruised up.
cruised.
Yeah.
I'm like,
That's scary.
and I asked my mom if we could take it down, and then she like lectured me about why would I want to take down a picture of Jesus. That's bad.
Yeah, she's
So-
not
That's
wrong.
so true.
So I just asked if we could get a different, friendlier picture of Jesus, and we never did.
Damn,
I
dude.
had a life-size cardboard standee of the Undertaker, looking all scary, like Ministry of Darkness days. And I would come home from work at the AMC, working like a closing shift, and be like 2 a.m. And either my sisters or my mom will have always like put it right behind my door, so I'd be super exhausted walking in, and like 7-foot Undertaker staring at me.
That's really funny. That's good. What are those? You know what? Never mind.
Okay.
I just think a poster of Jesus is kind of funny. Like a painting I get, but like a poster.
Do you think we should sell those, like, you know, those shirts from the 90s that have the serif font and it's a bunch of pictures of a person?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah,
cool.
Jim Morrison, American poet.
Yes, and then it's just a bunch of. Should we get that, but for Jesus?
Like a pen.
All the Jesus poses that Jesus did.
Jesus, Smoochie, and the Undertaker.
Man,
God, I'd buy that shirt.
Versus
That's a good shirt.
Mario 64, 9/11, and OJ.
Yeah. 6-man tornado tag.
Dan, did you like Death to Smoochie?
Not as much as I thought I would, because I liked everyone involved, but I remember not loving it. I liked Edward Norton a lot.
Yeah. It is the most not Edward Norton thing I think he's ever done, for sure. There's something about, like, I know that movie's a guilty pleasure. Catherine Kerner is in it. Keener,
she's great.
and Jon Stewart's in it.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito, who he also directed it. It's like, there's something about that movie that I cannot look away from.
It's a good idea.
Kind of love it. Yeah. And obviously Robin Williams, tremendous.
I'm on Daniel DeVito's Wikipedia page. It's always said he's 20 years old next year. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Insane that he started that show when he was in his 50s?
He was only 50?
That's nuts.
Isn't that nuts?
That is.
Like, I can't understand that.
Yeah, 80. Geez.
If I could get a check for 20 years, I feel like I would be happy about it, though. You know?
That would be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I get to hang out with my friends.
Yeah.
Right? If Dan, he just turned 80. Maybe he was 60 on the dot when he started.
Wow.
Maybe he just turned 80 in November.
That's like Hot in Cleveland running for 20 years. You know?
Hot in Cleveland?
I don't
know.
know.
Hot in Cleveland, the Betty White vessel on TV Land.
Is that like Becker?
Is it like Becker? No.
Yeah. Damn.
Crazy.
Hiller and Diller.
Just crazy.
Is it like Mama's House?
No,
Is it like the Dan Aykroyd one where he was a priest?
No, it's just like every CBS sitcom, which is to say not funny. But the one episode of Hot in Cleveland that I did watch had Alex Trebek and Bernie Mac in it.
Whoa.
The Hot was menopause, right?
Sorry, not Bernie Mac. In the episode, they all confused this guy for Bernie Mac. Who's the other? It's not Bernie Mac.
But
well, if you're talking about the Kings of
Cedric the
Comedy, it was Cedric the Entertainer, Bernie Mac. Oh fuck.
I am correct, right? Like hot meant hot flashes.
Yeah, because they were all old.
They're all like going through the pause. When Stacy was working at Viacom, I feel like that show was like a thing, right? It was like a Nick at Night show or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Cedric the Entertainer, Steve Harvey,
D.L.
Hughley.
Yeah, I haven't thought of him in a while. Wow.
Same.
Steve up to.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Wow. We got the Hot in Cleveland. That's another square on the bingo card that nobody saw coming. I am going to choose.
Sorry. No, I'm so sorry. Can I read you the post that Steve Harvey put up this morning on X, the Everything app?
Please.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
This is from Steve Harvey. Keep walking. How I found motivation when life hit hard. Let me tell y'all something. Hard times gonna come. That ain't a maybe. That's a promise. You might lose a job, a relationship, your peace, or even yourself. But hear me when I say this. Your struggle ain't your story. It's just a chapter. I done been broke, slept in my car, heard more no's than I can count. But I never let a season convince me it was my whole life. See, God don't put you through storms to drown you. He puts you through them to teach you how to swim. You just got to keep swimming, keep walking, keep praying, keep moving. Success ain't about talent all the time.
How many characters are on X now?
about getting up one more time, then life knocks you down. Don't wait for motivation to show up. Move anyway. Speak life over yourself. What? Speak that. I didn't read that wrong. It says speak life over yourself. Say, I'm built for this. Say, I ain't come this far to quit. Say, this too shall pass, because it will. I'm living proof that you can go through and turn into whatever you grow through. I'm living proof that what you go through can turn into what you grow through. Keep up, keep your head up. Your breakthrough might be one more I ain't giving up away. Stay in the fight. Steve Harvey. Hashtag Steve Harvey. Hashtag motivation. Hashtag faith. Hashtag keep going. Hashtag hard times. Hashtag don't quit. Hashtag success starts in the struggle. 55 retweets.
Wow. 56 now.
That is so colossally unhelpful from Steve Harvey.
Sean, I need you to look up what a Hope Core edit is on TikTok and take everything that Nikki just said.
You guys are with me though, right?
About
people who are like follow your dreams bullshit.
I mean, across the board, like I don't know if it's like just bullshit, like inspirational poster stuff like John Cena posts every day. Like that's kind of like lame, but like I believe in following dreams.
Someone read that and felt good about themselves, so I think it's okay.
Yeah. I just take offense with people who like no one who has not met their dreams tells you to follow their dreams. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it only comes from a very specific type of person. And it is a lucky, successful person.
Not always. I feel like I had those people in my life growing up that were not like, like doing crazy and, yeah.
It depends on like how much they're pushing it.
Yeah, if it's your whole personality is that like, hustle, grinding type thing, like that's just like, that gets exhausting. But I think generally just like, yeah, just go for what you want. I think that's good.
Okay.
Sean, yes, that is a Hope Core edit.
What is Hope Core? Tell me. I like the word.
You basically take something like maybe like a rant or whatever, and then you play inspirational-esque music behind it, and you just have to like put out every single word that
all the words on there, and then you have to cut to like beautiful like stock imagery of rivers and waterfalls.
Are like people making that? How are people doing that manually? It always feels like AI when I see it.
It's probably both. Oh yeah, and it's all
You can
fonts.
do anything with CapCut now.
That's true.
Yeah.
CapCut is very automated.
Right, it's got to be, right?
Yeah, Hope Core Harvey. I like that.
Oh, that's a good title. That's a real nice one. Okay. It is now chat's turn, and chat chose Slurps It.
Hey, Dump Truck. This is Chuck Towski. I was at a wedding last weekend, and it was the whitest wedding I've ever seen, and lots of like country, rural type people. And I saw a son talking to his dad, and they both had beers. And the son quickly reaches over his dad's beer and takes his middle finger, dips it in the beer, slurps it off of his middle finger, and then they both kind of like nod, like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. What do you guys think? Bye.
I was picturing a can at first, and then it's like, he's gonna get cut.
And then I was like,
This
he
must be a
sliced his
glass.
whole finger off? Yeah, no.
I mean, any option here is bad.
I just also want to backtrack a little bit. I grimaced when I heard country, and I don't dislike country people from the country, from the rural areas. I thought he was describing country music, at which I will judge you by that, not by from where you come.
Is it because they didn't? So very clearly we have to fucking recreate this scenario.
I did in my mind.
They got two different beers, right?
Yeah.
So you're tasting like, what? It's
Father,
like when you
father has
get an
one
entree,
beer.
Yeah.
Yes. Why didn't they just drink from the cup?
The cup instead of putting hands in there. Yeah.
Oh God! The more I think about this, the more questions and the more upset I am.
Yeah, just
That's
think about
nuts.
When the last time like one of those dudes, father or son, washed their hands that day.
That's it. That's part of it. Yep. Chuck,
do you? I don't want to suspect that there's like a different kind of relationship going on there, but
I think it's because they don't want to.
This is an HBO.
Gay. Because
if it was like a country wedding type thing, I could see that.
Think
like
drinking from your dad's cup, pretty gay.
But putting your
sucking beer off your finger,
and that's
the middle finger
right,
makes it.
That's more gay. That's more gay than the first thing.
Definitely.
That's like deluxe.
Yeah.
Sean, I also need a Hope Core edit of what we just said.
Yeah, Sean, if you could whip that up. What was the tool? What was that tool, Nikki?
CapCut.
CapCut that.
My sister was at a wedding in Kansas a couple years ago, and a dude did the worm, and a gun flew out of his suit. That's the most Kansas wedding thing I can imagine.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's what like people in Europe think happens all the time here.
Yeah, I know that,
but it does.
Yeah.
No, for sure. I mean,
it's weird being in certain rooms in Kansas and just realize like I bet there are 3 dozen guns on people's bodies right now. And just, okay, that's interesting.
Chuck, so I see Chuck is in the chat. Maybe Chuck can do some real-time feedback here. Like, what I need to know is how far away were you from this event happening?
Were you sitting next to them?
Yeah, like, did you follow up? Because I kind of want to say that I wouldn't have followed up, but I would have gotten closer to maybe and like spied on it and eavesdropped a little bit to maybe understand like more of the machinations around what I just saw is maybe something
Was the
I would have
wedding
done.
fun?
Yeah.
Otherwise,
did you dip your middle finger in the dad's beer too?
that it's just not even enough. The way that liquid works, is that not even enough of it sticks on your finger for you to get a taste of it.
Like,
so you're mostly just tasting your own finger.
Even if my wife did that to me, I'd be like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, that's weird.
Chuck, I need you to chime in. What were the perceived ages of the father and son? Because that also plays a pivotal
That's
role.
also helpful.
Does it?
Chuck says that he was 20 feet away. He was aghast. I didn't talk to them. I just told everyone what I saw and debated it. And then also he said, I dipped my finger in my cousin's husband's drink to test drive the experience.
Oh, that's funny.
25 and 50 were the ages.
Okay.
No, I mean, Jen, how's that gonna make it better? I don't get it.
I don't know. Maybe they're both old and like they're eccentric or something.
Like 60 and 80?
Yeah, or like maybe if it was a young kid putting his finger in the beer, it's like, oh, you whippersnapper.
I'm going to try this next time I'm at a wedding with my dad, and I'll let you know how it goes.
Cool. All right. Actually, if that's what we get out of this, it's been worth it.
I'll go get married, Dan, and then just so we can make this happen sooner. All for this.
Okay, I'll be the efficient for free.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's why this show's awesome, because you hear about stuff like this where you're like, I've never even considered imagining a situation like this. This is amazing.
Dan, I'm in love with the idea that you ask your friend to marry you, and then you're like, it's going to cost you $75 for the hour.
Yeah, I guess I've officiated too. It was my sister and Mike Mahardy. I should have charged Mahardy.
You should have charged Mahardy for sure.
Ah, shit.
You can just Venmo
Hey,
him.
Tim
Just Venmo
Turry.
request him right now.
I guess I've done three. Tim Turry, Mike Mahardy, and my sister. And yeah, Mahardy's the one I would charge.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. Very good. Dan, you get the honors.
Bananas.
Dan, bananas are mushy, but so is all food you chew. Why would bananas fit in your stomach more than regular everyday food? Do you not chew your food? All right. Bye. Thanks, Dubbers.
No, he swallows them whole.
If I chew up a bunch of McNuggets, the consistency isn't the same as if I just kind of like gum on a bunch of like bananas, you know?
What is this about?
Oh, okay.
Well,
this could have been
Jan, you explain, because I'm actually about to have a shoot poop attack, so I'll be back.
There he goes. I forgot how bananas came up on the podcast. Oh, but we had some banana trivia. And then we looked up the world record for most bananas eaten in one sitting, and I believe it's just 30. And then Dan fires off, says he could do that. 30 bananas in one sitting.
Right.
Keep in mind,
he does that all the time.
It would kill him.
Yeah.
It would kill him.
And also, like, you guys know what he does. He always says, like, I could do that. You know, his first reaction is not even thinking about it. It's just, I can do that.
But here's where I am on his side about it. Banana heavier than if I ate 30 saltines, banana heavier than that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's all mush in my tummy.
30 saltines is like a thing you can wrap your head around.
Yeah. But that's less weight in my tummy than 30 banana.
Sure.
Totes.
Dan's on the toilet and in chat right now.
Cool. What a cool.
I don't
thing.
like
Dan's
this.
saying that he could do it.
Yeah, I mean, but like, I don't even think I could eat 5 bananas.
No?
No. I can eat one banana and that's sufficient.
Bananas are like food. Like, they are not,
Yes.
it is not like I'm popping a grape or two. Bananas are like meals.
Yeah, no, I mean they're really fucking dense. There's
a lot going on, you know?
Okay, can everyone in chat look up banana ripeness scale? And you two also look it up. And tell me when you have it.
You want to know what you like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jan, have you done it?
Well, what is it?
Banana ripeness chart. Just
So-
put that in the computer.
The funny thing about the banana ripeness chart is this is how you also detect early serial killers. You know, I know we talked about putting people in jail before they've committed any crime, but anyone who chooses a 1 on this list belongs in jail.
I'll go for a 2.
Oh no, really,
That's
Jan?
crazy.
How are you getting the fruit out of the skin at 2? 2 is so
delicately.
green. 2 is so green. You need
2 is
a
too
scalpel.
I'm eating a 4.
I'm eating a 4 at worst.
I'm eating a 4. A 6 is too far. 4.5 is perfect to me. But anything past 5 is I'm not eating it.
I've eaten 7s.
Yeah, 7 you throw into a banana bread.
Or you throw into a shake.
Yes. 7,
Dan is also texting me about other stuff right now. He is texting me about something completely unrelated to the banana scale, this podcast, or anything that matters in this moment. That is what it's like being friends with Dan Riker.
Spice of life, is it? Right?
That's time.
See, there exists more numbers on this chart. Number 8 is like completely brown.
Yes.
And that, I guess you still got to freeze and put into a blender.
How long?
But one of them is they get better or worse for you depending on how old they are.
Because it's just more sugar, right?
Yes.
Oh, I'm a 4, 5, 6 guy.
Yeah. If you eat a green one, I'm looking at a different chart. It's got low glycemic count because less sugar. So better for you if you're diabetic.
Right, but a number. Okay, just so if it's not clear, a number 1 is like neon green, and a number 7 on the chart I'm looking at is fairly brown spotted.
Yeah.
Number 1, you can't that's impossible to open.
Yeah, I don't know how you're getting in there.
Like what, Jen? You need a knife and fork on that one.
No, 2 is a little easier than a 1.
I still think a 2, you're getting that weird, like plasticky feeling on it too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Stringy. I don't want my food. I don't want my fruit to squeak.
Yeah. Oh, good point, Nikki. When you open a number 2, which is only one better than 1, which is basically like a freshly printed banana. A number 2, like you open up that number 2.
Speaking about number 2, look who's back.
Hey,
I award you no points. Man. I award you no points.
They're getting weird.
They're getting weird like the last few weeks. Yeah, and I'm about to be traveling. I'm worried I'm just gonna have some crazy poop apocalypse on a plane. And it's like everyone's gonna hate me.
Have you changed your diet at all?
Number 2.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Number 2. We're talking about a different number 2.
No, Nikki, to answer your question about my poop. Not really. I'm just eating chicken and veggies. There's some like supplement stuff, like some, like B complex stuff and magnesium that I've introduced. But it's just real stinky farts, and the poops are big and it's just crazy stinky.
That's crazy, dude. I'm really sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm not hurting or anything. I
have
just don't want to do it on a
fiber
plane.
problem.
I don't want to fuck up a plane,
I don't
No,
know
did
if
you
you're
see
fucking
that
up a
story
plane.
Did you see that story about those people who were flying in from Mexico, but the airport was busted or something, or they got in too late, so the airport was closed, so they have to sleep on the fucking plane?
I wouldn't handle that well. No.
I would not handle that well, and also, I like, it was probably horrible, but what a cool way to get to fly anywhere that you wanted on United afterwards,
Do they get like a
It's not
lifetime
worth
pass
it.
thing?
It's not worth it.
I would be fighting anyone and everyone. I'd be so annoying about that if that happened to me, that they would just be like, you can go to Australia, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, first class for free. Just leave us alone.
Yeah, like just please leave us alone.
If you're annoying to airlines, you can definitely get free miles pretty easily.
Yeah,
like,
it's not hard.
Like the seat back screen didn't work or something, and it's just like and you're just nice about it. You're like, hey, this didn't really work. It kind of made it a long flight and blah blah blah.
Yeah, you're entitled
to
to
miles
that.
or something. Yeah, and you get miles.
Sure.
It's great. Yeah,
of course.
They're fake anyway.
Yeah, miles don't mean anything. It's like giving you Jeff bucks. They mean nothing.
I'm debating. I have like 160,000 Delta miles, which is a lot, and I never use them.
You should go to Japan.
Well,
go to Fargo.
It's funny you say that, Nikki. But I'm wondering a Delta One upgrade, if I were to want to go to Japan in the future, would be about 1,600. And I'm debating, like, do I just use them all? Yeah.
16. Well, you said you had 160,000.
Yeah.
So what's 1,600? That's nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. 106,000. So you have to burn all of them, pretty much.
You should do that.
Like
You
years
get to
worth
lay
of
down.
miles, though. Yeah, it would be nice.
For Japan, if you're ever going there for whatever reason, ever in the future.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah.
Listen, you can just put me on a fucking. I don't even give a shit. Put me on the smallest plane in the whole world. I'll take a
You're the
number.
one here that has the most
plane.
traumatic plane experience ever.
Anything less than that, it's fine.
Man, I had a couple panic attacks 10 years ago, and I'm struggling here. And
It's all right.
Listen,
Listen,
on a plane.
that's what I'm saying. It can't get worse, you know.
Yeah,
so
I
like,
guess so.
I'll just go to bed.
My favorite nap is like the flight from SF to LA because it's just like a nice
nap,
90-minute nap, and I just knock out.
It's so nice being able to fall asleep while the plane is taxiing. Like if
Yeah.
you fall asleep before you leave the location that you're leaving from, that's
I don't understand you people.
That's a
I don't
chef
understand.
kiss. That's
How
what
do
you want.
How do you do it? How do you sleep on a plane at all?
And just
it's like
it's a combination. It depends on how long the flight is, but I can take. There's Benadryl is available.
gotta
to
take
you.
drugs.
Other drugs are available.
Benadryl doesn't make me sleepy.
And take 2 Benadryl.
Xanax works.
Xanax is
when
good.
When I take Xanax, it doesn't make me tired unless it's like one.
Okay,
in the
well,
morning.
ask your doctor for trazodone,
No,
and then you can just take trazodone. That's what I do.
Well, thank you, doctor.
Anything is possible with benzos.
Anything is
okay?
possible with benzos. If you put your mind to it, that's the dreams that you should fucking be following. Okay. There's a reason drugs are popular. It's because they work. It's because they work. They do stuff. We got time for one more voicemail, I think. Jan, let's have it.
Idiot button? No. Yeah, okay.
Hey, Dumpers. Is there a word or phrase that when you hear it, it triggers the idiot button in your brain? Let me give you an example. So anytime you hear or read someone say something to the effect of, "Oh, we lost Grandpa over the weekend," my dumbass brain instantly thinks, "Well, did you find him yet?" So what triggers your idiot button? Love you guys.
Caller. I'm sorry, caller.
This is a great one because this isn't the direction that I thought. I thought the end of that was going to be, I think those people are fucking stupid when they said that they lost their grandpa. Just say that they died.
Yeah.
That's where I thought caller was going, but that's not where caller went.
Let's stop sugarcoating it. So the idiot button is just the knee-jerk dad joke? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I got a lot of those. Any of my high school friends will attest. Anytime someone says like, "Ooh, I'm tired," or "Ooh, I'm hungry," I'll like turn around immediately, stick out my hand. I'm Jan.
Yeah, I'm Jan. Yeah, Did does that too, just to get you on the level there.
Mine is like anybody with a father, probably between the age of 45 and 65. If any phrase is said that sounds sexual, like something about like, "Oh, the long stick," or the word "suck," or something like that, my dad will always do the like, basically that's what she said stuff. And so he does it so much that I told him a couple years ago that like, you know what? In the future, you can just go like, "That makes me think of a sexual reference." And he started doing that. So now instead of doing "That's what she said,"
now that's
or
funny.
be like, "Oh, that was my name in high school with the ladies," or whatever. It's just like, "That makes me think of a sexual reference." And I kind of like
funnier.
it better this way. Yeah,
it's funnier.
better.
Good job.
Yeah.
You fixed it.
I fixed him. Yeah. Parts of it.
Hell yeah.
That makes me think of a sexual reference.mp3.
There you go. And you
That's
fixed this
good. I
podcast.
think iTunes is gonna like that.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's how you juice the algo right there. You say that. Hey, listen. It's a good podcast, but we gotta go. We gotta say goodbye, folks. Sorry to say it. It's been a lot of fun. We gotta get the hell out of here because there's other stuff popping off in the power block right after this show. 707 exit flu is the phone number. We'll be back with a brand new show next week. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, chats. Thank you, Sean, for editing. Thank you, everyone who is tuning in live or after the fact. We'll see you with a brand new Dumperoony next week. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, faces and microphones are clear. I'm going to stop recording. Good job, gang. Let's see. Yeah, we should be good to go. I'm going to go switch this
Mics
over
are
to the
not
other stuff.
clear. Don't slur.
Mics are not clear.
Microphones are still hot. Penis.
Got it.
Ah.
On the next Games of Our Lives.
Yeah, that's right. You smell of poo. Why do we not talk anymore? We used to talk every day.
I know what you did!
It's gonna blow!
Welcome everyone. It's a momentous day for video games. I'm your host today for the Galaxy Showcase, Tamur Hussain, and it's been a big day. We all woke up at 4 a.m. to watch Mario Kart.
I did not.
You didn't?
No.
Fake gamer.
I didn't even know
Fake
until
gamer.
an hour ago.
My ass was asleep. Fake gamer.
So none of us woke up for it.
No one knows.
I watched Jake watch it.
I watched.
Yeah, you did.
I watched Dan Recker, Jeff Grubb, and I think it was Sean McDowell watch it. And let me tell you, those are the three biggest man children I've ever seen. So they love that.
They're also on the other coast.
Yeah, they are.
It was appropriate for them.
But we are here specifically to talk about the Galaxy Showcase, Galaxy's gaming showcase, which is being exclusively streamed on twitch.tv. Exciting new entry in the showcase roster, of which there are many now. You know what we needed? We needed another showcase.
We needed a Galaxy.
We need a Galaxy worth of
There's all the other streaming things are just nothing but planets.
No.
Drifting along into this.
You wait until
our
next
galaxy.
year when I launch the Milky Way Gaming Showcase and just dwarf everything.
And you can only
Sponsored by Milky Way.
Sponsored by the Milky
And you can
Way.
only see it at night if you look up at the stars, and you might make it out.
Is that a GTS logo?
Is that
or
Tamur
is that the
Hussain?
North Star up there? So the Galaxy's gaming showcase, brand new, hot new entry, promising that they'll have a bunch of world premieres, loads of announcements, exclusive new looks at more than 50 games from AAA publishers and ambitious indie teams. Now I'm going to ask you a question here. Do you want me to read? I'm on the website for the Galaxy Showcase stream. Let me tell you, hella logos on here. Crazy amount of logos on here, partners. Would you like me to read every single logo so you know what's coming up?
Yes.
Okay. Jake, are you in for this?
Do we have time?
Do we have time?
45 seconds?
Here we go.
Do it quick.
We're going to be doing a talkover, wait? Okay, so be ready. Konami, Saber, Krafton, Remedy, Jagex, Kepler, Playstack, Kinetic Games, Pearl Abyss, Team 17, Secret Mode, Void Interactive, Megabit, Bossa Studios, Null, Dreamhaven, Future Lab, Legion, Nex, Astrological, Oro, Midwest Games, Lab Seed, Cryptiv, Necrosoft, Amplified Games, Tiny Dragon, my favorite developer, Pantaloon. Invisible Wars, Camo Games, Code Coven, Destiny Bit, Pixel Maniacs, Glitch, I'm going to say games, Moju Studios, Nebule Game, Developer DOB, Lily's World, The Two Stamp, and Paragon.
I was hoping your seat would just keep going down.
The important question is, will GTA 6 be there?
Yes.
Yes.
Without a doubt.
Yes.
We're going GTA 6, all in on GTA 6.
Yeah.
We're ready for this shit.
Konami is going to announce GTA 6.
Konami presents GTA 6 somewhere. Rockstar's like, what the hell is going on? All right, let's get ready. We're going to be doing a talkover. So you're going to get our live reactions to this, and then following this, we'll have a 1-minute break, and then we'll come back for a little bit of analysis.
A brave few answered, and the expedition set sail.
Okay, Pirates, let's go.
An elite band of explorers.
It's giving me Pentiment energy.
Yeah, what was that? Like, there was a little wizard with like these little circular frame glasses on the far left there.
Anytime there's like artwork that looks like this, I'm just like, this is Pentiment energy. Watercolor artwork,
they used
Pentiment
pen.
energy.
They used ink.
Dragons.
Okay, dragons.
Descended from the skies.
Dragons from the sky, Skyrim, let's go. Okay.
Spells cast. But the
What if this is at the end? Just Dragon destroys ship and that's it. Thanks, everybody.
When can I play as a dragon? Like, Spyro was so long ago. Can you let me play as a dragon?
Hey, what about the PS3? The motion
Leia?
control PS3 game.
Bring back Leia.
keen as arrows.
Oh, is this that,
For a way to call for
is that Game Boy? No, it said Jagex for the opening. No.
Yeah, this might be a
You thinking like Everwild or something?
I did for
Yeah.
a second.
Whatever.
RuneScape!
Oh, of course.
Dragon Wild.
RuneScape Dragon
Well, this is already available, isn't it? Like, it just hit early access, I think, yesterday. Or maybe it's today.
I mean, can we get like a, why I want RuneScape to not look good?
Yeah, they made RuneScape look nice.
Did you know my cat's favorite game is RuneScape?
Well, I thought your cat invented RuneScape.
No, my cat invented the peanut.
Oh.
What?
That's what it was.
This, last time I checked on RuneScape, it did not look like this.
Well, so this is the survival crafting spin-off. So like I think.
Oh, they made RuneScape good?
So I think RuneScape still exists in its
There's
way,
old school,
but this is a new game.
Yeah.
RuneScape, and then there's RuneScape Valheim.
Yes, and this hit early access yesterday.
Anyone played it?
I got a code for it, but I haven't played it. I did kind of want to play it, but I've never played RuneScape before. But I was like, yeah, you know, this is.
It looks like Dragon.
It looks like Dragon Age.
Yeah.
It's like so much. Hey, it's Jane.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, Jane.
Case. Fire up Steam and ready your wish listing finger because we have a huge.
If you're watching on
event
Twitch,
for you
there's some
today with
exclusive
world
Twitch
premieres,
drops for
shadow drops,
Black Desert.
and new looks at gameplay from
For
more
Black Desert
exclusive
fans out there.
games. We've got everything from AAA publishers all the way through to pioneering solo developers.
AAA
Galaxies
publishers, you know what that means?
It's all about the game. So let's get
GTA
right
6.
back to the action with the return of a classic noughties FPS franchise. Here is a brand new look at Painkiller.
Painkiller.
Exclusive.
Oh, sick.
Oh,
Okay.
this is cool.
3D Realms and Saber.
Yeah. Isn't this like is this the co-op? It's also like multiplayer.
Is it?
I think
I don't know
it's
if
I think it's like a co-op boomer shooter killer thing.
Was that
Yeah,
the
I mean-
original? Because this is.
Yeah. No,
this is based on, I mean, like it's a new entry in the Painkiller series. So
How many Painkiller games are there?
There's actually a fuck.
I think
Oh, really?
Painkiller games will always continue to exist as long as Doom
Well, I
does.
think it's
Sure.
Well, I
Like
think
Doom
it's-
is
I think
just
it's been a
opening the
minute.
doors, and Painkiller is
Yeah,
just like
I mean,
behind.
Painkiller was
sneaking
always
in.
more serious Sam energy
Yeah.
of like just like fucking obscene crowds of things to shoot.
Yeah.
I've never played one, but I remember very clearly an ad of like Painkiller, and it said "Hang up Halo. It's time for Painkiller," something like that. And I was like, "Oh, okay. You know, maybe I should play this game."
I love it when that happens.
Directly call out.
Yeah,
other
you directly
friends.
call out the thing that is exponentially more popular than you and be like, your time is up.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Oh, maybe this isn't. What am I talking about?
Interesting.
Oh, this is that.
Oh, Disco Elysium Crazy Taxi? Let's go.
This is the escort game, I think it's called.
Far Out.
This looks fun though.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks
I like
great.
cracking
Yeah,
the building.
fucking
Damn,
Oscar
look at that.
Mayer fucking mobile.
What was this called?
They haven't said yet. It's,
It's, I want to say it's like called like Escort or something like that.
This looks fantastic.
Yeah. I'm into this.
You remember that?
Yes!
Yeah.
Yes!
Paperboy is back. And
GTA 6 looks amazing.
This is GTA 6, yeah. Do you remember that game on PS3, Pain?
Pain?
Yeah, where it was just launching a man at things.
No.
And like watching the slapstick comedy. You probably enjoy that game. Actually, you probably won't because it's old and it's weird. But like, it's just you just launch a person at things.
Is this what people do in London?
Yeah, this is This is accurate London behavior.
Deliver.
Deliver at all costs.
I made up Escort, so don't worry.
That kind of is like Crazy Taxi, right? You got to drop them off at all top.
But except this guy has like a special magical orb. Oh, here we go.
Konami.
GTA 6. Wait, what?
You don't remember this in Metal Gear?
Metal Gear. Hello, Snake. Ready for a Kodak moment?
Oh, I've heard of this game. I believe it's a horror game, but
Is this gonna get weird?
Yeah, it's like a horror game from the perspective of someone's personal computer.
Oh,
Konami?
Another one of these.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's Konami.
Is it PT?
No.
I was gonna make a PT joke earlier too. So this is like the
Laptop
aim scary game.
Yeah.
Man, isn't there? There's so many of these games.
There are quite a few
Surprised
of them,
that, like,
but you haven't seen them take on
Lily's World.
You haven't seen it from a Konami.
Yeah, you don't see these kind of games from like a big public.
Yeah, usually indie game joint. Could be so.
Yeah, interesting. I like those kind of games.
Dredge meets
Digimon. Digidred. Dredgemon.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, God.
Oh, is this?
Oh no, is this Super Mario Sunshine?
No, this is the. Isn't this like the team set or not? This is the
It looks like a
11-bit
17 joint.
game. No, it's what's it called?
11-bit Studios.
I think this is already in early access too.
Yeah, we got some early access games.
And now we're talking.
I might be wrong. Hold
Team
on,
17?
I don't know.
Team 17?
No, it's not. I'm confusing it with something else.
Tiny Roar. What is that?
Looks interesting.
Until now, I didn't know how much I needed a game to let me customize my own seaplane. Head to galaxieshow.com/wishlist and add Lose Lagoon. You can also download the demo and play it right now.
Lose Lagoon.
Our next game is a bold and ambitious RPG from Sandfall Interactive that features turn-based battles with real-time elements. You may have heard of it.
This is an
Check out
Expedition
this
33. I'm gonna
exclusive
flip
new
this
gameplay
entire
trailer
table over,
for Claire
okay?
Obscure Expedition 33.
The table's safe. You're lucky.
67 years since the world broke apart. 67 years since Lumiere was
I
flooded.
love to see the Eiffel Tower looking wonky.
Same. That was like when Kurt was playing it in.
Hell yeah, that's what you deserve.
Her first number.
Yeah.
Expedition after expedition.
Paris is finally
Paris is finally getting its just desserts.
and melting.
Fighting for the future of Lumiere. Academics.
Is that Robert Pattinson?
obsessed with the secrets of the
Apparently, it's the.
It's Charlie Cox.
yeah,
Is that Penelope Cruz?
None have ever returned. And neither will I. But at least I'll have seen something of this world.
Numbers have never been so scary.
What lies outside the domes of Lumiere.
Not since I tried to take a
I'll have
maths
walked the
exam.
path of all the expeditions.
What was that Jim Carrey movie? Was it 23 or something like that?
Oh, his like the
Jim Carrey horror movie.
or
Yeah.
like episode 23.
Which is like Darren Aronofsky's Pi, but I'm sure Pi was
Pi is a
better.
good movie.
Pi's amazing.
I just want to commend Expedition 33 for actually having the UI in the trailers.
Yeah.
That's like one of my biggest fucking things is that like games these days don't show UI in trailers, and therefore you don't even know what the game looks like when it's actually playing. Like, come on.
I mean, I think based on what I played as a demo, the AI, and the UI is kind of a big part of it in the same way as Persona 5. What is this?
The hell up.
This is Expedition 34.
Oh, damn.
You're not here to pull the trigger.
You're not here to pull my ass. America.
You must follow the rules of engagement.
Did you just spray him with like
Piss?
shit?
Yeah.
Bomb threats. Active shooters.
Jesus.
What is this game?
You're
not here.
An update?
Death
What's
question is
Is this just like the hog game?
on the other side of that door.
A-cab, all cops are beautiful.
Jesus.
Oh my god, what is this, man? Kind of reminds me of SWAT, but
It's Counter-Strike without the counter.
Yeah.
It's just
Hey,
straight.
SWAT. SWAT was a Ken Levine joint, wasn't it? One of them.
Is it a new SWAT game? Like the SWAT
be.
franchise?
It might be.
It kind of looks like, God, I played a good amount of it. I forget what it was called.
This game?
Something similar.
This looks like Rainbow Six Vegas to me.
Yeah.
Because the like, oh Vegas, that was a banger.
It was. It
Yeah.
was so good.
It's the only time I've enjoyed being in Vegas.
Ready or not? Yeah, I played a ton of this, but it's coming to console.
Dude, have you just played all of these games?
It seems like I've played or known about. Oh.
You played this one?
I have no idea what this is. Ready or Not's pretty good though.
Cool.
It's you know, the tone doesn't always.
Well, the trailer definitely didn't help.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a bad time to have that kind of game.
I mean, just.
Oh, this looks cool.
Do you think they were inspired by
America? Yeah.
Persona?
Oh. I thought you were talking about Ready or Not. I hate it when I do 2 damage to everyone.
I think I've played this too, actually.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Just
Oh, wait,
like
I
he's
think-
clicking everything on early
I think I was
access
in
one
this
by
game.
one.
Yeah.
I think I made this game. This is what I'm
Whoa, you could race dung beetles?
Finally. Oh, this is a tile-based game. Somewhere Jan is taking his pants off.
Yeah, Jan
Yeah,
is
we
back.
heard.
Is he Jan?
Jan loves a
I didn't
tile.
even.
Just loves a
Jan!
tile.
Demon School.
Answer my text messages, you goon.
He's been streaming. Oh, you played this.
Le Minecraft.
Yeah.
Was that previous game called? Sorry, I missed it.
Minecraft. No,
Demon
it's called
School.
Witch School or Demon School.
Oh, I know that one.
You played that game.
I've got it in my wish list.
Oh.
What is this?
I don't know. I think it was called something craft. No, I'm not being facetious. It was actually, it's like.
Is this the one that everyone's enjoying the movie of?
Yeah, that's
Is this the one with the chickens in it?
Yeah.
Chicken Jockey.
Take all the credit.
And there's Jason Momoa.
Damn, I can't believe they remade Oblivion like this. I can imagine if it was came out like this. Whoa. Oh, this looks wild.
Yeah.
Somewhere to like the Lego.
Dragons. Castle
Castle
Craft. There you go.
Oh, finally.
Was Power Off Simulator 2 announced?
Yeah.
Shows what I know. Jesus.
I've completely forgotten what the plot
I
is.
still think I
What
want
is
to
the
make.
plot
I
of
still
Power
want to
Wash
pitch
2?
them where you clean out the inside of a like you're small and you have to clean out a toilet.
Inside of a toilet?
Yeah, yeah, like in the crevices, and then like.
Did you ever play?
You have to do it before a giant ass sits on the toilet.
And you spray water.
Yeah, and then you have to give it an enema.
Did you ever play Visceral Cleanup Detail?
No.
So that is basically a cleaning game.
Is it where blood and all that?
No, it's the one where it's like it's a sci-fi. Basically, you're the cleanup crew after like the Doomslayer has gone through and like wrecked an entire ship. That's one of the first ones I played of this, which I was like, this is fun, this is dumb.
I put in like 30 hours in the crime scene.
Just got people who've just got like a van covered
I
in
love
fruit
Power
for whatever
Simulator.
reason.
I think they need to do more like in-depth collaborations to be like what Visceral Cleanup Detail was, where like you get to clean up after everything happens. Like, you got to clean up after
UAC
a specific after no Russian is done.
Now, let's go back.
You have to come in and
I was gonna say like a hitman mission, like,
Yeah.
like except that one, there may not be that much to clean up. That's the point. You gotta find the real tiny stuff.
If you're Gen Z, take my word for it, it was
Yeah,
really
clean up
good.
after,
If you're a
Ready or
millennial,
Not.
get excited.
Yeah, exactly,
Onyx
that's what I'm saying,
Developer
like-
is making a modern multiplayer and co-op reimagining of that classic game. Let's take an exclusive look at LAPD 2195.
GTA 6.
LAPD 2195. I'm very sad to know that the LAPD lasted that long.
Gangs, cartels, corpo-backed mercs.
Why is he walking like that?
Afraid of the badge anymore.
Doing, doing.
He's gonna pull out and he's gonna have
He's
little
also
springs
got
on his trainers.
End the chaos.
So we got
Bartlett Jones.
Judge Dredd.
Is this in this though?
This is
kidnappings,
like
or worse.
Judge Dredd world.
People stay inside.
Are you voicing this?
Yeah, that's me.
Sounds like your voice. They got Isaac Clarke. Oh, he's dead.
I used to be the same, just trying to survive. Then my sister told me she's pregnant.
Whoa!
What is going on?
I feel like I'm not able to hear like everything being said, but then I just hear, and then my sister was pregnant.
He Gray was just showing gameplay, and it was just like And then I ate a bad burger. And then my sister told me she was pregnant. Whoa. And now I'm trapped in this thing.
You might think this is a robot. This is actually a washing machine.
Yeah. Now I'm cleaning the inside of a
Oh wow, that's cool. That has the most PS2 energy.
Yeah, it really does.
Remember, the heart of Atomic Gear is activated by the
Is this
blood
Crimson
of
Desert?
fierce competition.
Pearl Abyss was the developer.
Has awakened its true power.
What's the other game they're doing that's like every game combined?
Let us meet again
Crimson
in Adania.
Desert.
Is that the one?
Desserts.
Well, what's
This
the
is
one?
a black
Black
This
Desert.
is a black
Okay,
desert.
so they have Crimson, Black Desert, and then Crimson Desert.
Oh, this looks cool.
Looks like Tunic.
Oh, here we go. Now we're in
Dead
business.
Cells.
From the creators of Dead Cells. Is
Oh,
this
yeah.
Hollow Knight Silksong?
I see Roguelite.
Windblown.
I take
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Haven't people...
You played this?
No, but I think we've been to previews for it.
Yeah. It's been around.
Yeah.
I like the look of it. Tons of builds.
Tons of builds.
Tons of builds.
You can find them all over the place.
Yeah.
Under the dirt. It's a roguelite, after all.
Yeah.
Tons of rogues, tons of lights.
I'm sick of roguelites.
Me too.
I want a rogue heavy. It's just a normal roguelite that everyone kind of avoid. Remember that game Fat Princess?
I do.
Is that game ableist or not?
It's a rogue heavy.
Yeah, that's a rogue heavy.
Wind blowing.
Enter the sanctuary
Just
now.
call it a fart. Don't try to come up with some fancy name.
Oops, I blew wind.
Wind blowing.
New Halo?
And empires.
Not New Halo, sorry. My bad.
Your time has come.
There's a Spore too.
Civilization
Oh god, imagine that.
That'd be huge.
That'd be sick.
embark on an endless odyssey among
Oh, what's that? Star Citizen?
This looks interesting.
Explore a galaxy teeming with life and intrigue.
I like this.
Yeah,
Also, there was the ship that was floating that looked like a cruise. That's like Fifth Element status ship.
Yeah.
Like that cruise, like the space cruise ship that's like flying around. Yeah, I want to play this.
Yeah, this is
is
cool.
the game.
Kirk, can you write that down?
What is it called?
Well, we're gonna find out.
We're about to find out soon enough.
But write down what I just said.
Hey, Kirk, can you write that down?
Yeah, thank you. Beyond
Astra. Lost skis? Guys. Interesting.
So much gliding.
A lot of gliding, yeah.
Whoa, whoa. Breath of the Wild happened.
Waiting for crafting.
Take to the skies.
Yeah, player made
There we
that.
go. There we go.
There you go.
Whoa, Spider-Man.
Pretty sick.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
That was pretty sick, to be fair.
What is going on here?
Forge your own worlds.
Someone's head. Yeah. I'm looking at you.
Colossal battles.
Any one of those could be the name of this game.
Okay.
Play
Wow,
tomorrow.
Lost Skies,
Wow,
play
geez.
tomorrow. Is that the subheader of this game?
Lost Skies.
Welcome back. That was an exclusive new look at gameplay from co-op survival game Lost Skies. Honestly, it had me at grappling hook. Next,
Fair enough,
let's
yeah,
take a look at a
grappling
couple of
hook's a
titles
elite
from brand new
mechanic.
publisher Tiny Dragon Games. Their first game launches on Steam right now and asks the question,
GTA 6.
what would it be like to play mini golf against Kevin McAllister?
Home Alone.
Okay, so tell me what's happening.
What's
Against
happening?
Macaulay Culkin.
It's a f***ing war out there, man.
Did I ever tell you about the idea I had
Let
for
me guess,
a
place
Home
transfer
Alone
the balls.
DLC pack for
What kind
Rainbow
of a
Six Siege?
monster came up with that?
I think that would be incredible.
Would you be trapped? Would you just be one guy trapped in a house?
I think it would be like,
It's about survival.
like you know where there's like you're being hunted by an AI style thing,
Yeah.
like Predator or whatever.
Yeah.
That, but you're in a house, a mansion with Macaulay Culkin, and he's
Every time
Kevin
I
McAllister's
close my
hunting you,
eyes.
and you just gotta get out. Like,
Have you played Rainbow Six Siege? Because that wouldn't fit at all.
oh no, I think it would be like a side.
A
mode.
side, okay,
yeah.
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 Like a special mode.
Or you could have like
Golf
team-based
Friends, right?
team-based home run where it's like you have to set up the traps.
Oh, okay.
And then the other team has to try and like it's team McAllister, team Sticky Bandits. And you go in. I don't know what was going on with that game because I was pitching the game of the year for next year.
Look like Tower Unite Golf though.
Yeah.
Yeah, well that actually rules though.
Yeah, it does.
Watching that I was like, I can just go play Tower Unite instead. And he plays an animal. Oh, and he plays a ferret. I, for the record, fucking hate ferrets. So
this is true. You've talked about this multiple times.
If this game started with me like taking a ferret by one tail and then squeegeeing all of its guts out from one end,
it's pretty dark.
Then I play it.
Leave the ferrets alone, man. They done nothing to you. Why is this game, man?
Ferret the game.
Hello again.
Hello there.
Hello again. So, game development
Great
tools
job.
are becoming more and more accessible and powerful all the time.
Still no GTA
and this
6.
is allowing ambitious small indie teams to bring their unique visions to life. We've handpicked some exciting projects from up-and-coming small and solo dev studios that we think deserve the spotlight and that might not yet be on your radar. And
All right.
remember, you can find all of these games
Not
at
our radar, but Jake's radar.
galaxiesshow.com.
Probably.
Jake's already
Everything
is
on
already
Jake's
knows.
radar. He's like, I've played all these games.
Welcome to Emprum Stadium, the international battlegrounds of the Electro Boxing League.
Oh wow,
Wait,
let's go.
Can you make your own robots?
I hope so. This is what Guillermo del Toro dreamed of when he started making Pacific Rim.
If you can make your own robots, it looks like you can. That's cool.
But I hope you don't actually. It's an auto batter, so if you don't actually fight, I hope you just build it and let them fight. You know.
I mean, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, that's what I'd want.
It's rhythm-driven functions.
I think you lost.
All right. Yeah.
Just let me make a weird. Oh, I like that
Oh,
there's
let's
a guy
go.
just chilling on the back. That's pretty sick.
Got rocked. Electro Boxing League. It's out tomorrow. We got to play this.
Developer Bob.
2 Chains. Is that?
Tuesday. Yeah.
Montana.
Tell me if I got this.
Oh, maybe it's Red Dead Redemption 3.
Baxter Ray.
I hope so.
Weapons manufacturer, and a good one too.
Made the finest rifles this side. of
Adelaide
Mississippi.
Clancy. I've seen her. I played her in Overwatch.
Is that Ash from?
Used it to build his sweetheart a lavish estate.
Bob! Bob just comes running into this. I think Ash is really
Then
rude to
poor
Bob, and I
Bags
don't like
passed
him.
away,
She's always like, do something.
What are you doing,
just,
Bob?
hey, you just call me in. Give me a second.
It's just about the size of it.
Spooky stuff.
What do you care? I mean, both
Or is it
these
only?
folks
I mean,
have
I'm
been
not.
dead, buried,
Usually,
going
I'm not
on
gonna
30 years
body shame somebody with a long neck. I
Then
mean,
it's
Lucy
awful
James has
kind
one,
of
and
you
it's.
to
I
send me a
don't
wedding
get scared when she walks into a room. So.
You do get scared when
I
she
reckon
doesn't
it's
walk into a
time
room,
I
but like
pay
appears
him.
around.
Yeah, I will say, yeah.
Like
she's
telescopically
yeah.
swings her head.
That
right
is
there.
true.
Pure Tale of
Tale of
Haunting.
Hauntings, to name.
Curious.
But what is it? I don't know.
Death Crown.
There's a.
a
Oh
kid
yeah.
game?
Okay. Oh, so it's just a sizzle.
4 last things. A pedestal for. Oh, I love this. This is great.
Kids are sweet.
This is the stuff that should be.
But this is all out.
The main stuff. Every one of those games look fun and weird. Oh, let's go.
Oh, that's game. Window Kill's sick.
Kill.
Yeah, no, that's good.
You played
I
it.
played that. I actually own it.
Acolyte. Pantaloon! Yes! Pantaloon is my new
So is it
favorite
a publisher?
You should be cautious. We aren't alone.
Oh, okay.
We have to decide together.
My allegiance is with the water.
Where your loyalty lies.
I'm Team C. Don't kill me.
Don't let the conversation get too deep.
Subverge.
Alright.
May 1st.
Pin my ride. Tokyo Drift.
Auto Modulista is back. Oh, okay. I know who your audience is.
I mean, the Ridge Racer vibes are good.
Ridge Racer? This is intense auto modelist vibe. What was the...
Yeah, this is also my favorite DDR song. Not really, but because I've played this on, I've done this on DDR.
Do you think that borders throughout the entire game, or do you think
I hope so.
for the trailer?
I mean, if it was there the entire time, I would probably respect the game a lot more. For a style choice that's no, this is how
kind of annoying, but they're just yeah, we're using it.
What's the anime thing called? Initial D's now?
Asuka the Ascent.
What?
Oh no! My sister told me she was pregnant.
You won't be visiting any of
Oh.
This reminds me of a game.
Yeah.
What it is.
A game about
oh,
where
it's just
you
on the tip of my tongue. What is it?
You
make a door to somewhere else.
I told you not to destroy the fabric of reality. What the hell happened? What the hell? Let's just pretend.
Well, it's a
Die what?
Okay. Yeah, it reminds me of Chroma Gun 1. What do you guys think of?
Oh yeah, that's the game, obviously.
GTA 6? No. Vending Dokkan.
Ah, yes.
I am into this.
Just
run your own vending business? Okay, let's go.
And it's just the dude from Perfect Days coming out and buying one coffee a day and walking away. And that's it.
I'm very into this.
All right.
Cozy kiosk.
Don't forget to head to galaxieshow.com/wishlist to find all of the games in the showcase
Oh, Jane,
in one
I will.
convenient place.
You don't have to
Now,
tell me twice.
Let's take a look at the next game from the publisher of Balatro. It's set in a world where music is illegal and you do crimes. As concepts go, sounds pretty unbeatable
Music
to
is
me.
illegal and you do crimes.
Okay,
recap.
I've seen this game. Yeah, this. I want to say 2 years ago or so.
Yeah, I've seen this.
We made.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing this.
Yeah.
Yeah. This looks awesome. Reminds me of an anime called Beck.
You mean a musician?
No.
I'm joking.
Hey, same thing though.
You're joking that he's a musician.
Yeah. He's not a real musician. It was an anime about being a musician though.
The manga, yeah, I've read.
Beck?
Yeah.
Mongolian Chop Squad?
Yep.
What a wild story that is. What's that called? Unbeatable?
Unbeatable arcade mode.
I'll be the judge of that. Is that the name or is that
I think it's
a promise?
Oh, I don't think it's kind of old, no.
This looks really cool. It also looks like it's going to make me very dizzy.
This trailer's opening.
This is wild for a world where music is illegal. Everyone is getting arrested immediately.
Yeah, Unbeatable. Because it's a pun.
No beats. No beats for you.
Out now.
Oh, it's out. Demo out now.
Oh.
Kingdom Hearts. Poltergeist.
This is giving me fucking PS2 GameCube vibes in a good way. Like the.
Kurt, did you ever play the game Haunting, starring Poltergeist?
Yes.
What a game that was. Incredible.
Yes.
I can't believe no one's used that concept
Yeah,
yet.
yeah.
It's one of the funniest games I've ever played. Have you played it?
No, I don't even
You just play as a poltergeist in a house, and at the start of each level, some humans come in.
Yep.
And you've just got to scare the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Oh, and
just
build
take
up.
over different fucking objects.
Cool.
in the
You
room.
can jump into a clock and time the chime at a very certain point to try and get them to
It's also
freak out.
it's like Sega Genesis.
Yes, Genesis.
Right? Yeah.
Like a
It's
Mega Drive game.
yeah.
I played it.
It's
And the guy on the cover, the actual ghost you play as is the funniest.
You just you just cracked my skull open. When you said that, I was all because it's isometric and pixel art.
Yeah, it's such a good game. Look at this nerd.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. He's got like he's like wearing a leather jacket.
Yeah, he's wearing a leather jacket. He's got like a mohawk.
Chain, and like he's like
ectoplasm mohawk.
Like a beatnik punk dude going around to go into grandfather clocks and stuff like that.
I did the episode of Danny's Guilty Treasures when he did those for Giant Bomb on Poltergeist.
Culture dude is what I should have called him.
I can't believe they got
Cannon
one.
has basketball.
I'm in. And it's got Pokemon cards as well.
No, I think those are Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Oh, damn, I'm out.
Unfortunately.
Neon Abyss 2.
To where?
Neon Abyss 2 to the poles.
As administrator of hell, it's your job to manage sins.
Oh, is this like Mr. Beast's
hotel?
A
hotel in hell.
Through the underworld, reducing their various sins accumulated in life. And
Is this
generating
Poltergeist?
you sweet purgadollars.
Yeah, but they just showed like a little demon man on the stripper pole. Like,
How can you say no to that?
Are you really in hell at that point?
I'd argue no.
This doesn't look much like hell, but I bet you they don't have any internet, so it probably is hell.
Oh, it's probably in my heaven.
Wow. Oh my god!
Now you know the loop. Use your purgadollars to build, unlock upgrades with heroes, and use faith.
This is what the Mr. Beast campus looks like.
Yeah, exactly.
If you get a job, you end up here.
Yep. Wrong.
That's Mr. Beast. I'm gonna blast you with demon rays. If you move your hand, you will lose $1 million.
Syntopia.
Syntopia, okay.
Guy running.
Darksiders 4.
Sword on back.
Okay. I hope it doesn't show anything else.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh, you balled it.
Pretty insane. Oh, that was no good. That was bad.
I'm so distracted by looking at the person. I'm not looking at the game.
Note to publishers and developers.
Like, please.
Showing off your game with like streamer in the corner never works.
I'm not paying attention.
I don't. Yeah, no one needs to see that stuff. Just show us.
It's just showing that somebody has.
Someone's playing it. Yeah.
Hey, at least it has UI, like I said.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to like block this man.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay, I think I have an idea of what the game looks like.
There's so much going on in this boss fight, dude.
Dude.
Yes! Okay, we did it!
Hell yeah. Let's go.
I dug on that fight. That was cool.
Are they real? Are they
I have
real
no idea.
streamers?
I don't
Because
know.
not one of them asked for subs. Or like no one said follow me.
Was Imperial,
Or chat, is
a
this
challenging
real?
action RPG from the fine folks at Secret Mode.
What if they were
If
actually
you
streaming
like
that
to deal
moment? They were
massive
like,
damage
"Damn,
and
shut
want
up."
to take out your enemies, be sure to go and get it wishlisted. Now, friends, it's time for another world premiere.
World
Promising a
premiere.
return to the golden era of multiplayer shooters with fast-paced
GTA Online
gunplay,
too?
a huge selection of weapons and attachments, plus a commitment to pro-consumer monetization. Let's see.
Pro-consumer monetization. Counter-Strike. You know what game's good? Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike is.
We should
people have said
we
that,
should
yeah.
start playing Counter-Strike.
You don't want to play just Strike.
We should do like a regular Counter-Strike stream where we try and get good at it.
You can literally tell me that this is any game and I'll probably believe.
This is Armor 4.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
This is Armor 4, yeah.
Ready or not, too.
I'm not seeing any pro-consumer monetization right now, okay? I'm just seeing gameplay.
If the objective is to make game that you like, that look like other game you like, but it's whatever the fuck
Pro-consumer,
they say,
yeah.
then sure, I dig it.
The screen shake on this game is cranked.
Wraith Ops.
Okay.
I'd play that, to be honest. I'd try it.
I
Pro-consumer.
100%.
It's pro-consumer.
You haven't already
on
tried
there?
it? You haven't already played
No.
it? Eventually
Okay.
it waits, I hope. Is that I just saw a cowboy hat.
A boy and his dog.
All right.
Whoa, that's a big dog. Dog's wearing a hat. Dog is Monkey D. Luffy.
I was like, I saw a cowboy hat. I was like, was that on a...
That's the Luffy hat. Get this human out of the way. Give the dog a bone.
What if you couldn't pet the dog, though?
Someone should make a game about
If I made
that.
a game, I wouldn't let you pet the
Yeah.
dog.
The Legend of Babu.
There'd be so many dogs too, and you wouldn't be able to pet any of them.
Onimusha 2. Onimusha 2 has a ton of dogs.
There you go.
You can't pet them.
That would be, imagine a whole game around and not being able to pet dogs.
Yeah.
That would be so funny.
But you could, like, you can't. There's a temptation.
Yeah.
You could, but you're not supposed to.
The dog always dodges. It's like Sekiro, the dog parries you. And there's like a more blow stab. What was that?
The horse.
Simulate? Oh, stick up.
So, my sister told me.
I went to school with a kid that couldn't say the word spaghetti.
What do you say?
Biscotti.
I feel like I've heard some kids say that.
Now we're talking. Love milking a cow in a video game.
Daddy chai. The palace on the hill. Oh.
Can I scan that?
Over there, Alvin.
I'm a fan of holding your map in world, so that's cool. Whatever that was.
Project Grove. She's in
I
My
already
Hero
did it.
Academia.
What?
Huh?
What's going on?
Is this Megalobot? No, it's not.
We're in these together.
Yikes.
Monster Convention.
All right.
Our dynasty has waited
Oh,
long
looks
enough.
back. Wraithops.
Tempest
We
Rising.
have gathered our strength. And GDF now
Is it just me or like game names not as good anymore?
They're not.
They're like
It's
so
like,
generic.
It's like the vomit of a few words.
Yeah,
You call
it's
it.
not good.
Wraithops, Tempest Rising.
I really do feel like it started with Immortals Phoenix Rising.
Yeah.
When it came out, it was just like 3 words just
Yeah.
put together.
After that,
Ever since
names-
then, it's just been
names-
like a bunch of words that are just put together.
Video
I think
game
this
names
would've
have
been-
fallen off
Yeah.
so hard.
This game should be called.
That's
Tempest
Krauser.
Rising.
What's Krauser doing in this?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm done with Leon. I'm gonna go terrorize some other weirdos.
poke out the eye of the beast.
He's got a wide mouth.
Yeah. Tempe Rising.
It's out now.
I don't know. 3D Realms, another 3D Realms.
Oh, it looks like a Command and Conquer style game.
That was the launch trailer for Tempest Rising by Saber Interactive.
Another
If
Saber
you're
game.
hankering for some CNC, you won't want to miss that
Oh
one.
yeah,
And
CNC.
if that
For
is
CNC
you,
fans. That's
head
cool.
over to
I'll give that a
Steam
shot.
And add it to your list.
It's not red alert, but I'll have it.
Tanks to, well, kind of tanks. Vehicle combat is back, courtesy of the fine folks at Crafton and EF Games. Rivals Hover League will have you
EF Games.
shooting and riding your way through team fights in arenas all over the solar system.
Welcome to Rivals Hover League, a battle of blazing
Rivals Hover League. Was that the Batmobile?
So this is like, you know, like Twisted Metal, like.
You know what? I don't think we have enough of these car combat
don't.
games. So I'm into this.
Especially it looks like because it has like Rocket League physics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of like.
They make these games, but only for VR. Like these are the VR style games that everyone plays now, which make me sick. But I like this. This looks cool. I'll give this a go.
Yeah. Do we have any real cool combat games? Wasn't there one that came out? Like, what was that one at the launch of the PS5? Or were you roller skating?
I don't know. I remember roller skating shooting game. RHL.
Roller Drone?
No.
Because that's a roller skating
It
combat
is.
game.
That is
Oh,
true.
striking distance.
All right.
Striking distance is what's the name, right?
Ghost Protocol.
Fans of the genre.
No, not Ghost Protocol.
No, it's the one that.
Survival horror game.
It's that game that we fought over for no reason.
Callisto Protocol.
Yeah.
Callisto Protocol. I thought you said Ghost Protocol.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I thought you said.
I said Callisto Protocol, and Sam was like, "No, that's not it."
I heard Ghost Protocol.
I didn't hear.
So this is redacted, but is this like?
I hope this is in the Callisto Protocol universe.
It is, because it's redacted. It's that game that.
Oh,
came
it's just
out.
redacted? Oh,
but it's like it must be new
New
or
content?
DLC or something like that jazz.
Or are you just here for a good spanking?
Okay.
Okay. There's too many games, man.
Yo, what up? That guy's strut. Oh.
We have Hi-Fi Rush at home.
Yeah, but you craft. You fish.
That fish looked mean as hell. No! Oh. Is that the fish?
Yeah.
That fish got his shit rocked. I've seen that same animation in Hi-Fi Rush where he throws the... Yeah? Linked. Did you see the full name of that? Linked Banner of the Spark. Yeah. Man, video game names. Come on.
Oh, is this that World War I style?
Wraith Ops, yeah.
No, I've actually really want to play this game. It's like a trenches horror shooter.
Oh, okay, that sounds good.
And I think it's like using the Metal Gear Solid 5 like Helldivers style like movement play, like the way you can like go prone and lay down and shit like that.
Okay, this looks interesting.
Yeah, no, I feel like I saw like the developer videos on like Twitter when I was on it and was like really curious about this.
I love it when people don't want to make door opening and closing animation, so the door just explodes every time you press anything on it.
I mean, that's how I enter infinite doors. So.
That's why I have to keep placing them.
Yeah. I've lost my security deposit on every apartment I've been to. Immediately just blow open the door. Trench Tales.
That looks cool. Early access, May 6th.
Oh, cool.
Phasmophobia.
Hell yeah, baby.
Getting hunted by a weird Humpty Dumpty. That was good.
This is fun.
Yeah. Kinetic games.
It's like the event.
You can't move that fast in Phasmophobia, that's crazy.
No, you definitely cannot.
My ass would be out of there every single time if that was true.
Cursed Hollow.
Cursed Hollow.
Oh!
Oh. If I could control time, that's how I'd walk around as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, interesting.
So it's like Limbo and that game Dark. I think it's called Dark. Like DARQ.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. Oh.
Damn. Nice. That's cool.
There was a game just like this. I can't remember what it's called though. It's like you're swapping with boxes constantly. Damn.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking
what it's
about.
called.
I want to say it's like, was that like on the Wii U or something? Like, I can't remember what it was.
Box Boy. Right?
Maybe.
Bionic Bay releases right now, actually.
Bionic
so go
Bay.
grab it and get stuck into this tasty
Bionic
atmospheric
Commando
puzzle
Bay.
platformer. Will you keep it down over there? I'm trying to host a showcase. Yeesh. Some people, bad neighbors, they can really drive you crazy.
Talking to you,
Don't
man.
believe me?
Keep it down.
Check out this next game.
Next door, the game. Oh, get wrecked, Granny. Yes.
All right. I'm into this. Neighbors Suburban Warfare.
Warfare. That is a name.
That's a name.
This is actually pretty unique. Like, you have to like build up your like defenses in a house and then go out and like fuck your neighbors up.
It seems like it. I wonder if this is multiplayer. Like, are those other people or is it?
Yeah, it definitely has to be. Yeah, interesting. So you have like a limited amount of time. That's actually pretty sick.
This is interesting. I like this. This is dumb as hell.
This is like the Home Alone game you finished, bro.
Yeah.
Like, there he is.
There he is. There's Kevin. It's out now. All right.
Damn. Okay.
I know what I'm doing this weekend. Sleeping. I think we should ban petting dogs in games now.
Yeah.
I feel like they're getting too much.
I agree.
Getting too hyped. It's enough. Dogs deserve taken down a notch.
And also, they need to start making cats react realistically.
Yeah.
You can't just pat any cat. They're gonna be like, fuck you, and you like
Cats
lose
like,
health.
Yeah.
Like if it fucking swipes you. Mechanics.
Was is this?
Mechanics.
Mechanics.
I'm very much of the mind that we should have less mechanics these days.
Lens Island 1.0. Co-op and multiplayer. Look at that.
Since when is Tam anti-mechanic?
Today. Just today.
You know what? I think we should. You know, you're right. Fuck all the Souls games.
No more mechanics.
Get rid of them.
Okay.
Whoa. You don't mean that, do you?
No more mechanics.
No more Souls games?
Oh no.
You
Don't
don't
say
mean
that.
You don't mean that?
I do mean that.
Hurt.
They exist.
What about point and click Souls game?
What does that even mean?
Exactly. What does that mean? You tell me.
So you have to like every time you fuck up a puzzle, you like have to go back all the way and like gather all of the same materials you need and talk to the same people.
Whoa. What's that?
I like how confusing this art style is.
Yeah, it's like What If Contra, but Monster
Yeah,
Hunter,
there's-
but also Lost Planet.
There's like 10 different art styles happening at all
Chain
times.
stuff.
Cyberpunk music.
What is this?
And you're doing like cyberpunk hacking. So it's like Hotline Miami Cyberpunk.
Hacker Punk.
Yeah, this is like.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
I mean, like, I'm definitely into it. It's like Cyberpunk Hotline Miami if you were all you did was shoot people and hack shit around you. It's kind of cool.
Huh.
Nice.
Okay. Is it called Deadwire? I hope it's called Deadwire.
That's a cool name. That's not like a garble of words.
Yeah.
Instead of called like Wire Tempest Hack. Yeah, Deadwire is a cool name.
Hack today, dead tomorrow.
It could have been called like internal hair control.
Try again.
That's a good name.
No.
Oh, look. Captain America game.
Set off on a nightly adventure. Every
Does that mean every night or on a... Okay.
I love this Zelda song.
This isn't what was Phoenix Rising.
Mechanics.
Too many mechanics, get rid of him. I don't ever want to interact with a boulder.
There's a fucking other glider. Whoa, he was shield surfing uphill?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you see the thrusters on that,
Yeah.
on that shield? Come on.
Unlock new abilities, you know what that means. Mechanic.
Mechanics.
The Nightling.
There was like not enough night in that. Oh, I guess he's a knight.
Nightling is a good
But you go out at
old-fashioned
night.
action adventure with combat.
Didn't they say like adventure at
puzzles,
night? Prepare for adventure at night?
Maybe.
While making effective use of your shield.
Nightly
Thanks,
adventure.
Shield. Next, we return to the dangerous and weird world of Control. Right now, just for you,
FBC
there's an
Firebreak.
exclusive new look at Remedy's upcoming co-op first-person shooter. This is FBC Firebreak.
That's the Federal Bureau of Control.
Oh, really? Let me
You
make
might
sure I
know
write that down.
From the Remedy game. Control.
Okay, let me make note of that.
Help us. Help you.
Okay.
It's funny because this is exactly how our office is.
It is. Yeah. Every time.
Except there's no doors because I kicked them all down.
How do you think we built the studio? Exactly. Except that's the problem. Jake kicked all the doors
I always
down.
get confused when I'm looking at it. I'm like, what is this first? Oh, it's Control.
I love that. Because that's my bedroom.
I don't know how I feel about this, like, Joss Whedon-ass trailer.
They gotta do what they gotta do.
I'm sure they do, but like... It's kind of weird in the Control world, you know?
I mean, I think this in theory is weird. But, you know, I guess you don't know what the people are who are cleaning up the bullshit.
I guess I always
Control happens.
I guess I always thought like, oh, Control's vibe is like, you know, it's random office workers conscripted into doing this thing, so everyone should be kind
So
of.
you actually want to play as office workers who are like.
Yeah, I just want everyone to be like terrified and be like, oh, I can't believe I have to do this. And it's like
They're the cleanup crew.
the cook and the HR person. HR person is constantly trying to get like the monsters into a meeting room.
Like, let's just talk this out.
Let's talk this out, and by the end of it, I will be looking after the company's.
We're not laying you off. We're just restructuring.
Yeah.
we're trying to restructure you.
Sending you home for an
Up the
extended
building.
period of time where we won't pay you and you will never return. Okay.
But you will at least get something to help you out. The severance.
You can think of the
And not money,
as
just
a
the show.
Yeah, we're gonna give you the Blu-ray box set of severance. Here
It's
you
a
go.
temporary object of power. Nitrogen Omega. Okay.
It's like carrying.
Now this looks like Control.
Yeah. This looks like some liquid television MTV, like 90s shit.
Oh.
It's funny, this does look like Control. Like this
Yeah, that's
like
what I'm saying.
the oldest
That's
house.
Control.
Gaia, what are you doing? We need to burn it. There's people in there. We have no choice.
Incineration sequence activated.
This looks interesting. That was a great throw. Wow,
I dig this.
That looks, yeah, that one shot took out so much. Demon Spore?
That's what my
I told
data
you,
was called.
the Spore is back. Oh my god.
Fall Guys.
Fall Guys.
I feel like the main theme of most
And like
games. these
Fortnite.
days-
That is like Fortnite.
Fall Guys.
I feel like every game is doing way too much.
Mechanics. Did you ever play that free to play game called Guns with a Z?
No.
It was this like early 2000s for poor kids, but like you played as like you had like dual guns and a samurai sword, but you could like wall run and do all this sick shit.
It was free to play.
Yeah. I think it was. I mean, I don't know. I died somehow.
It was free to you because you just had it somehow.
Yeah, I was like, well, it must have been free.
Oh, I was a hell of
Stole
a
it from the rental store.
It's like
Anything's free to play.
Ninja Pop.
Steal it.
FMV, let's go. Oh no, don't need anymore. No.
Hello, adventurer. They don't call me the High Sorcerer for nothing. What would we do without you?
Is this the actual game? If this isn't the game, then I don't care.
It's not.
You know what the game is.
I
okay?
know, but like,
All that way for a single needlefish.
Ow! Why did you stop?
Forgive me, Princess, but I haven't been.
This looks like a clip from an Instagram advert. Eldritch Lich Lord Gongan. Aragorn's mushrooms. Is Lord of the Rings?
Hey, at least we're getting some UI.
Nice day for fishing, ain't it?
Nice day for fishing.
That was Nice Day for Fishing, an entry in the rare fishing RPG genre. If you're angling for a good time, get your pre-order in now. All right, friends, we are getting close to the end of the show.
No!
Before we finish, let's crank up the coziness. Our next game lets you escape the hustle and bustle and set down
What
roots
does cozy
on a
mean?
tropical paradise.
That's what I wanna
Farm
know.
crops.
It means
it's
that you
subjective.
can-
It's subjective
And
to
yes,
anybody. What
before you
cozies to
ask,
you?
I think
there are
cozy
plenty
means like you
of
can play this
romance
game
options. It was my
commando
first
and
question,
feel good.
so
But like,
let's
I
check
think
out
Resident
Starbound
Evil is
Island.
cozy.
You take your pants off, you take your underwear off to play it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Makes me feel good.
It's a cozy game.
Planescape Torment? That's
Take your underwear off.
for me. It's like, take the
Let
clothes off
that
whenever I
thing
play that
hang,
game.
baby.
I mean, the main character's basically naked, so it's like,
Planescape to moment. I'm gonna create a list for GameSpot best games to play without your underwear on.
it's just Planescape Torment.
Planescape Torment, Resident Evil.
Resident Evil.
Tetris.
There's Tetris.
Like a woman is huge.
Oh, it'd be cool if you had to play a game where all you had to do is like foster a very big fruit that you had to compete with.
Keep it alive.
Well, and then you had to like go to a festival and get like the biggest
fruit,
pumpkin, have the biggest watermelon.
I'm down. That sounds like a great game.
I'd probably pass on it, but you know,
Next time I set
I'm sure someone.
But you
would
can play
like
it without your pants on.
I can play a lot of things without my pants on. You just start the game up and it's like this game is best experience without your pants.
Instead of like please
It
put
still
on
got the
headphones.
headphones.
It's like put on
It still
headphones.
has the headphone
Take your
logo.
pants off.
Yeah, it still has the headphone logo on it though.
Yeah.
This game is best experience without phones and without pants.
All right, so our D is for a game. That'll happen.
Home Alone.
Home Alone.
Home Alone.
And you can't pet any of the dogs.
No dogs.
But there's dogs everywhere.
There's dogs.
And if you try to pet it, they Sekiro parry you. And
This game sounds amazing. We have to quit our jobs to go and start making this game.
Take your pants off.
The game's called Pants Off.
Yeah.
No, the game's called Pants On. Throw them through a loop, you know?
Also,
gotta keep them guessing.
Alien vs Predator, when that came out on PC, if you bought it, came with a pair of underwear. Because like you will piss yourself.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
And boy, that game was.
Hey, the first Alien vs Predator ruled. The game was really good. I played the shit out of it.
Yeah, but did you piss your pants?
Yeah, no
Never
piss,
did.
though. This game looks wild. It looks like it's got a lot of mechanics.
It's like soccer with your hands.
Finally.
Thank God.
Volleyball. Resident Evil 9? Oh. What was that?
No, I'm good.
Oh. Video Galaxies. That's a good name.
Yeah. This is not a real game.
So you are not doing that kind of maneuver. Alright, I know who your audience is. Again.
In our game, you're the star of your own gunful movie, with our protagonist Redline engaging in free-flow combat.
The sequel to that game you really like? That 6 out of 10 game?
Oh, Wanted Dead?
Yeah.
Except Wanted Dead rules.
It's the sequel to it.
I know. I would know. Because I'm making it.
Like Redline turning opponents' guns against them
This
instead
doesn't
of
feel
real.
It doesn't look like
it looks odd.
attack with nearby objects and use environment to her
This looks like a conceptual
Your
video.
gunful skills
Yeah, it
will be
does.
tested against both regular foes and powerful bosses, while Redline's spine implant will sharpen her reflexes to even the odds. Dare to take on a bigger challenge? Turn on hardcore mode and wishlist Spine today.
Spine, this is Gunfu.
This
That
is gun
was a
food.
brand new look at Spine from Neki, which, wow, already brings us to the end of the first ever Galaxies. We hope you've enjoyed the show, and don't forget to head to galaxiesshow.com/wishlist to find all of tonight's games in one place. Of course.
Well, the
couldn't call it a
gameplay
game
for
showcase
Spine
without
looks
the
very
fine
different.
knowledge tradition
Is that, oh, so
leading
there is
you
actual
with
gameplay.
There is, yeah, there's like
last
clips
thing.
of gameplay where
Here
it
is an
looks.
exclusive look at a new shooter IP from ex-Call of Duty, ex-Halo, and ex-Destiny developers.
Concord.
Their new studio is called Legion, and here is their debut game, Covenant.
What?
Covenant?
Covenant?
Covenant.
The winds
Oh.
are changing. They've grown dissonant.
Sounds like first-person shooter.
It was the 77th year. Dawn of the composer.
Just keep listing.
It's just
keep
punchy, yeah.
listing first-person shooters.
When you've got that many first-person shooters,
What if it's just one guy who's worked at all those places?
yeah, it's the person in HR.
Like, I'd be like, why can't
It's the HR lead.
A great sword guards the city, and it faces
Maybe he was just the
everywhere.
custodian and all these.
It's just a big sword.
Another bird falls from its nest.
Maybe the custodian's the one who's like, what if Master Chief held 2 guns?
Whoa! Didn't that happen in Halo 2?
Yeah.
100 kingdoms could not stop what is coming.
How about Artorias?
I'm liking the vibes.
Yeah, vibes are, it's like medieval Doom.
First-person Souls.
Saved
With-
strip
It's
the
not
dead.
first-person Souls.
Okay.
Is it okay?
So be it.
Don't just act like everything is Souls, alright? It's first-person Thor. That guy just threw a hammer.
What's he doing there?
The villain.
This Soul
She
stuff.
doesn't steal and destroy.
Come? Yeah. Covenant.
It's now
Good vibe. Interesting art. No, I will not be joining a Discord. Is that it? Oh.
I think it's like the.
It's the.
Yeah.
There you have it. There's a good variety of things there.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff that kind of blends in together.
Lily's World.
Yeah.
Lily's
There was
World
definitely
XD.
We'll come back and discuss this. We're going to let this roll and then we're going to go away for a quick minute because he needs to go to the toilet desperately. He's been dropping silent farts. I can smell it.
Oh, I'm not doing it. I'm not hiding it.
Oh, yeah, okay. So we're going to go away for Kurt to poop for a minute.
Oh, I'm gonna poop right here.
Oh, okay. And then we'll come back and talk about everything that we saw. Well, not everything, some of the things that we saw at the first ever Galaxies Game Showcase.
Oh, that was another good one.
Better just by being in it.
Delivery
There we go.
was-
That was a good one.
Lucky to have you. Thank you for everything.
Solid. That was a solid showcase.
Yeah.
Decent. Oh, that's us.
Oh wow, Jesus.
That's us.
Is it? I mean, are we live still?
I think so. In a minute for, stay tuned, the GameSpot post show. It's starting shoot soon. That's
Shoot
us.
soon.
Starting shoot. There you have it, the first ever Galaxies Game Showcase. Interesting, a lot of like games that were unexpectedly cool. Like I've written all the names down, but some of them I'm like, oh, I'm gonna check up on that. Really, it's the quirkier games that stuck out, and I think that was kind of like a theme for this show. A lot of quirky games. Oh, I'm hearing myself.
Oh yeah, we're seeing ourselves
You know
right
what?
here.
That,
Cool.
that sucks.
The main thing is with these showcases that I tend to be rather grumpy or jaded about is like it just becomes a blur.
Yeah.
Game after game after game.
Yeah.
That are usually like a setting, a familiar setting is like fantasy setting after fantasy setting. Oh, now you have your sci-fi setting, and it becomes like a blob of information. But I will say this actually had like a really good variety of like weird shit like Lily's World. And even like Video Ghastlies, whatever that was. But then you also had like that delivery game. Then you had the Neighbors game. There was variety.
Trench
that
Tales.
we dug.
Yeah.
Trench
Trench Tales looks really cool.
Yeah.
But then I will say there was still like that mesh and mold of what I just call like the mechanics game, which is like that's the game with the mechanics. Then Breath of the Wild happened and Fortnite happened. Everyone was like, put all that in a game, and you got like 6 of those. But then you got a bunch of other stuff that was really promising.
Yeah, I think there's a genuine issue around games that like look too much like other games, and also is like, oh, this looks kind of like the Zelda art style, but here's RPG mechanics, this mechanic, that mechanic, open world. Here's a bunch of gameplay that looks very generic. I think the games that really stood out here that had a unique angle to them or a twist to them, even the games that like weren't particularly unique, but for example, Painkiller, not exactly unique, but I got a good grasp of what the gameplay is. I know exactly where it is. It didn't overwhelm me by being like, also there's upgrades, also there's guns, that the guns. So like
It just
that
was
kind of-
gameplay.
It's like, here's some gameplay. And you know, And we all know you love UI. So I want to go through some of the games like RuneScape, Dragon Worlds. Surprisingly, did not expect that. Like, I'm not a RuneScape person. I haven't paid attention to RuneScape. As far as I know, it's like a crazy.
Especially because it came out yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
It's there. So that's potentially something I'm definitely gonna look at. And then the other game that immediately stuck out was Deliver at All Costs.
Yes. That was
a
like a lot of
delivery.
fun.
Delivery.
Because I thought it was called X.
There's not enough games around driving recklessly.
Or in a hot dog car.
In a hot dog
In
car.
a
Even fewer isometric games that are like that. So I have no idea what the game's about. I assume it does what it says on the tin, and you just got to drive and make sure
at all costs.
At all costs, and do that. Which it kind of feels like one of those games where you can switch your brain off and just deliver at all costs. Yeah.
With your pants off.
Yeah, exactly. Lily's World XD. That's the creepy.
It's like the AIM.
AOL Instant Messenger horror game. Which
do you think that works on like younger
young
people? Like, do you think?
Well, I was gonna say one. I don't want to relive the nightmare of that time period of my life. So like I've been down that road.
Doesn't need to be a horror game to be scary.
Two, yes, I do think those Zoomers out there will be interested in this because like we've all grown up in a generation where we experience horror from a different era of technology we didn't grow up with. Like I know I was into that shit. Like I don't know, like there's like old PC shit. Like there's been cool stuff that's been done with that.
Yeah, I agree.
And, like I think old cassette horror and like stuff like that.
Yeah, I think the question I have is like how much of those do they rely on relatability?
Will it resonate?
Will it resonate? Like I think like when I play those kind of games, part of it is knowing how slow and arcane everything can be. Whereas, and I understand, I have that kind of like frame of reference. Whereas do people who don't have that frame, like I watched a video of a man trying to explain how a CD player works to a kid, and the kid was like, "What? You take the CD with you? What do you plug the CD into?" And I was just like,
"Well, that kid needs help."
Yeah, definitely.
I don't blame the person, but
it's definitely something I'm going to keep an eye on because, yeah.
I mean, but we're all of that demographic that can get it anyways. So who knows?
Yeah. It's interesting that it comes from Konami.
That's the weird. Well, it's DX. Does Lily's World already exist?
XD, not DX.
No. Does Lily's World exist, and is XD like an official?
I thought XD was kind of like that, you know, that kind of chat style symbol where it's like someone laughing. XD.
Oh, yeah, I think that's probably
thing.
Yeah.
This is why this game's gonna resonate with me because I know that kind of nonsense.
Yeah, but I mean, I fucking. Yeah. Do you remember? Did you ever put like those weird animated things as your like profile picture thing?
Animated thing?
Like there was like little, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like I forget what they're called. They're little
emoticons.
But in AOL Instant Messenger, you can have like a picture in your window of your thing, and you could like. I used to have like stick figures like stabbing themselves and like turning their heads off and like.
I never used AOL Messenger.
Neither did I.
I was an MSN.
What the fuck?
I didn't have internet.
I was MSN.
You weren't allowed to play Grand Theft Auto.
And I didn't have internet.
You didn't have internet.
Yeah.
But you got to play The Godfather.
MSN, IRC, and ICQ was that one?
I don't. You should get checked out for that one.
ICQ is a
medicine.
It's a different one. It's a difficult one.
Anyways,
you got to make sure you know who you're getting.
We'll see. I think. I mean, I'll check it out. But that's because I like tech horror and retro horror shit like that.
Expedition 33.
Never heard of it.
No.
That game's been around.
That game's coming out soon.
We know it's coming out.
That's cool.
There's one. I have one written down. I don't remember. I wrote it down because clearly I was interested in it. But I don't remember the game because the title is so.
Is it Beyond Astra?
Yeah. What the fuck is Beyond Astra?
That's the one with the planets
RTS
and
one.
the art.
Yeah.
I was looking at that and I was like, "What the fuck is that game?" It's a jarble of words again. I don't remember. Beyond Astra. That game looked cool.
Is that? That was
That's the world.
Worlds,
Worlds, and you go
seamless sci-fi exploration strategy. Which again, too many words, man.
Yeah.
It's a 4X game. Yeah. So it's a sci-fi grand strategy game. That looks cool. Yeah, I don't play much of that genre anymore.
Neither do I.
But I'm tempted. Power Wash Simulator 2, another one that stuck out. I do like Power Wash Simulator, especially in co-op when you got your buddies together and you're just cleaning. Great time. And Kurt, you were very, very excited for LAPD 2125.
Oh, I was just. There's that one.
Sister's pregnant,
yeah, he's
right?
like, that's when my sister told me she was pregnant. And then I'm gonna become a cop.
I'm gonna arrest that kid
I'm
one
gonna
day.
arrest the guy who got my sister pregnant.
I'm gonna wait for the baby to born and then arrest the
I'm
baby.
gonna arrest the baby.
That baby's starting life in jail.
It was like Judge Dredd, legally distinct Judge Dredd game, basically. Because there was even like on the wall, it was like, I am the law. And I was like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
We got Electro Boxing League.
Oh, that's the one you're making
The
a
robot
robots.
game.
Yeah.
The uppercutting.
That's a rhythm fighting
Rhythm fighting game. I mean, it's out tomorrow, so we'll know what that means tomorrow. Hair Tale of Hauntings.
Oh, that was the Western.
Yeah.
Oh, but they didn't
one.
show
They didn't
anything.
really show any gameplay. Like it looked like it could have been like a Telltale sort of choose your own adventure thing. All we saw was Long Neck.
Long Neck.
Who
Lucy
like
James.
Yeah.
Just turned around. It's like, oh my God, Lucy, how'd
you get in here?
Periscope Neck. We've got a bunch of other games that, I'm going to be honest, I don't remember them. Death Crown.
Don't remember.
4 Lost Things. I'll give you $10 if you can tell me.
Was this like the supercut, or was just like here's a bunch of games?
Just name it. I might be able to do it.
Okay.
4 Lost Things.
Was it the name of a game?
That's the name of the game.
4 Last Things?
Lost. 4 Last?
I wrote Lost.
4 Last.
4 Loco Things.
That didn't happen. Were we talking about like...
No, 4 Lost Things.
One of our ideas for...
It's a video game.
It was
It's
one
a
of
point-and-click adventure game.
It was one of them that was like
in the showcase.
Yeah, and it's already out. Overwhelmingly positive. Came out in 2017.
How is this out already? Why are you in a showcase if you're out? Get out of here. We've got Subverge.
I remember that one.
The one where you're like...
Is that with
lad.
Pantaloon?
Yeah, Pantaloon Games.
Yeah.
We got Asuka the Ascent.
Oh, that's the
car one.
Anime
car.
Anime car game. That looks interesting. Chroma Gun 2 Die Hard.
Oh, that's
was,
the one that reminded us of that
Portal?
one game.
Oh,
with
Portal.
the gun and the cake.
Yeah, you never played it?
Unbeatable arcade mode. Unbeatable.
Yes.
Unbeatable is what it's called. The rhythm game where music is illegal. Which it should be. We should make music illegal for 1 year just to see what happens.
Well,
I'd
die.
collapse.
Yeah. I have to listen to other people. That'd be wild. Poltergeist, not the Poltergeist that we think.
Not the Poltergeist that we
haunting
know
starring
and love.
Poltergeist. I think everyone
Do you
should
think
just
this is
play.
what it is? Do you think they like saw Poltergeist and we're like, we gotta do Poltergeist?
I don't think so.
It's like Alien, but aliens. There's just more Poltergeist.
I'm gonna type Poltergeist.
The problem is you don't play as a cool dude in a leather jacket and like a
It's
mohawk.
not. I mean, it kind of is. It's called Poltergeist Possession Party. 8 players use sneaky sabotage to get opponents caught by a raging monster. So it kind of is. Like it's like.
But Poltergeist was like, you were just like, I'm gonna scare the shit out of this.
Yeah, you're like
mom
Green
for no
Bart
reason.
Simpson, just annoying
Like,
families and stuff.
Yeah, make the phone
scaring babies. I think everyone should like find a way to play
Scare
the
babies.
haunting starring Poltergeist, and then we should start a Poltergeist like game club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To scare babies.
Yeah, to scare babies.
Yeah.
What game that was? Syntopia.
Oh, the Mr. Beast world.
Yeah, Mr. Beast.
No association with Mr. Beast, but I imagine that's what his hell
life is like on his.
What
Game,
world
one of your favorite games coming up next, Wraith Ops.
Yeah, Wraith
Oh,
Ops.
that's the game that looked like the game with the guns and you shot people.
That's
A
the Call of
pro
Duty
consumer.
one. Yeah.
Pro consumer.
But Jake was like, I'll play that.
I'm kind of curious, you know.
The thing is, like, I think
like I like the kick that the guns had. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
because Call of Duty's a little arcadey and a little more kick.
I
screen
support.
shake.
I support like the idea of like if all you need is a game that replaces that Call of Duty thing, but is player focused in a way that's like for the player. All about it.
Yeah. Player consumer monetization. Yeah. PCM. Legend of Babu. Dog
The
with
dog
one
game.
piece hat.
Oh,
that looks
sure.
cool. I like the look of that. I can get behind a very large dog.
Yeah.
You know, wearing a hat. I don't know what anything else. That dog's
Would you
probably
rather play as the dog though?
I would rather play as that dog.
Yeah.
I don't care
So
about
take everything else. I just have it be Babu.
just the dog. Yeah.
Babu.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We've got Tempest Rising.
Oh, that was one of those games with a bunch of with 2 words. That was the Command and
Conquer.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
with
yeah.
the guy with the really Krauser with the
Yeah.
The Krauser.
wide mouth.
I could get behind a game that's like CNC.
Yeah. RTS needs to like come back. I mean, RTS exists, but like I would like to see
In a big way, yeah.
yeah, like a good resurgence of
It kind
RTS.
of when we were watching the trailer for Trench Tales, which is probably the game that looks.
That's the game I'm like,
Yeah, where
I
it's
want to
like
go bad.
third-person shooter, but like horror,
World War One horror.
Also, super destructible environment. It seemed.
Yeah. It kind of reminded me of when I first saw it. I was like, this is like a zoomed-in third-person Company of Heroes.
Oh, sure.
Now I just feel like more. I want to play more Company of Heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a new one, right? Was it 4 or 3? One of those two. I wasn't super into it. RHL.
Do you know that
like
one,
the Hover League one?
The Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal.
Yeah, the Crafton, right?
Yeah. That's one. And then Trench Tales, May 6th. You up for some Trench Tales? You want to squad off for some telling trenches?
Fucking get all up in my trenches.
What's that mean?
I don't want to know.
I'll give you a tale about these trenches. The tale.
All right, show you.
Cut his mic.
Show don't tell.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
Like weird butthole references. Phasmophobia, Cursed Hollow. You're a big Phasmophobia.
I'm a
right?
big
As someone who-
Phasmophobia.
And that's also a game that you play with your underwear off.
Yeah.
Just the ass cheeks to see.
Yeah. No, I sweat too much when I play it, so I just get completely naked. But then now I gotta like steam clean my sofa every week when I play Phasmophobia, just because I'm sweating.
That is disgusting.
So when we played Phasmophobia the other week,
naked.
you were just buck naked.
You were just naked in front of the developers.
Just being like, Julie, one of the ghosts that Jake was trying to find.
Yeah.
Bionic Bay.
Bionic,
is that game where
Bionic Bay.
Yeah.
That's what I call my robot dog. Hey, Bionic Bay.
Here we go. Game of the show, undoubtedly out now. Neighbors, Suburban Warfare. Which I am very, very
You know what?
interested
It was
in.
basically like if you take what's that Call of Duty map? Nuketown.
Nuketown. Yeah.
It's like you just beat the shit out of your neighbors.
It also kind of reminded me of like Plants vs Zombies, Garden Warfare.
Yeah.
Kind of
Suburban
like that.
Warfare,
Suburban
Garden
Warfare. Yeah. That game could be Game of the Year potential if it goes right. If they're
Screw
being
Grand
able
Theft Auto 6. Screw Blueprints.
It started with a granny getting punched.
Not even punched.
Sledgehammer.
Yeah, sledgehammer.
Which honestly, like, I think. all
But you
grannies
couldn't
do.
tell until after the swing, and then the sledgehammer reset. You're like, wow, that
Granny
got.
just took one to the face. Yeah. Nightling, Deadwire was one that looked.
Deadwire looked cool. Oh yeah, because that was the hacking.
Hotline
Miami looking game.
Yeah, which potentially, I mean, I feel like that game sinks or swims based on the soundtrack.
Oh yeah, I was like, yeah.
Yeah, let's go. We'll listen to that.
It was. I mean, it's cool because one of Cyberpunk's most interesting mechanics is the hacking mechanic, and how you use it in combat, and like arcadeifying that in like a Hotline Miami thing. Like that seems
building a game around it.
Yeah. And then the last few games that stuck out to me was Video Ghastlies,
which didn't show us anything.
No,
but like
from a like
had a cool vibe, you know.
Yeah, it's just like a TV or a computer.
Yeah.
And then there's a door behind it that seemed to like close and open to.
Did you see the fingers that appeared?
Yeah.
And also the spooky vibe of it in a good way gave like more like Goosebumps vibe. Like a heightened Goosebumps kind of scary. Are you afraid of the dark?
Yeah, it had like a Goosebumps Are You Afraid of the Dark meets like escape room style vibe to it.
Yeah.
Which I can sit down and give that a go. I like that. Games aren't scary enough anymore.
Think so?
I haven't been scared by a game in a really long time.
I don't think I have either.
Silent Hill. Silent Hill had some jump scares for me. I think one in particular made me scream. But
yeah.
I
wasn't. I need more spooks.
Yeah.
Honestly, Lethal Company. That's like probably one of the scariest games I've played in a while.
You know what game actually gave me the creeps that I kind of Repo. I played Repo recently. And there were moments where I was like,
some weird.
That's Lethal Company for me. Repo, not so
Yeah.
much. I see an enemy in Repo and I'm just like, go away.
Yeah, if it's the gnome, smack the gnome.
Yeah, I can't think of a game where, like, the last game I think I was properly scared playing was that. Oh, I forgot. It's one of those that first-person horror game that everyone loved. It had the invisible monster walking in the water.
Amnesia.
Amnesia. I forgot the name.
I've never finished that game because I can't.
You can't do that
because it just fucks me up. I get so
on edge,
messed up. But I would say Alan Wake 2. That's a moment.
Scared you?
Alan Wake has
some moments.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
There's a whole section of that game that really.
I think the problem with Alan Wake 2 being scared about it, we're completely off tangent here, is like it's too well produced. Like it looks too good.
Yeah,
It's
but
too
there's one section of that game that like I was like my
Terrified?
heart. I was like, I've had enough.
The
And then I
dance
got through
sequence.
it. The dance, yeah. It was Herald of Darkness.
just seeing Sam Lake being like, oh my god, I've never been so scared in my life. And then we have Spine. This is Gunfu.
Oh, the game that's
the game that looked like it was trying to
not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
pull the wool over my eyes.
Also, that like one when you walk out in the shot, the camera's like,
Yeah.
like right down there. And you're like, all right.
This is the game.
What am I looking
to like filter out all the
yeah,
motion
like,
sickness
what am I
people?
looking at here? What is the focal point?
Yeah. I mean, that game could potentially be interesting. It looks like it's, a gun fu version of Sifu potentially, but it looked staged.
Yeah.
And when I went to the Steam page, I was like,
Something looked,
it looks off here. Maybe
looked
it'll be
animated,
weird.
you know?
Yeah, it
like
looks weird.
Overly animated.
And then final game, Covenant.
Oh yeah, you're the Souls.
Made by the team behind,
Every
made by the
shooter
HR director behind,
every custodian.
Call of Duty.
Yeah. The guy who refilled the coffee.
Apex
Destiny.
Legend.
Yeah.
I think I saw Battlefield in the trailers also.
Yeah.
So it was.
If I ever-
so that means. Well, we don't know what Call of Duty won, so it's like it could be any studio.
Yeah.
Potentially id, Bungie.
Yeah.
Whatever called
Respawn.
Battlefield,
Apex.
Yeah.
If I ever start a game studio, I'm going to specifically go out to find like someone who worked at a studio that is very well known, but worked in a job that is completely unrelated.
Yeah.
Like it's the janitor.
Delivered
from-
the mail.
Just for marketing.
Yeah. This is the person who
filled
is
the
the janitor at From Software.
Yeah.
And then I'll say like from the mind behind From Software, very small cleaning.
The guy who refilled the Coca-Cola machine once.
The person who refilled the staples in the stapler from Software.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Covenant looks interesting. Like, a single name attached to it that is from any of those studios that I recognize. Just, the air conditioning man from these studios presents. But I'm into it. It had like a medieval kind of.
Medieval fantasy sci-fi.
You play Witchfire? Any of you?
No, I want to.
I know you like Witchfire a lot. Actually, there you go. Is it
It's
early
so-
access?
It is early access, yes. But Witchfire is awesome. Like, I didn't play Destiny, but people have compared the gunplay to Destiny. But then you like take straight up like Bloodborne elements and mechanics, and it's like you get Witchfire.
I mean, I keep seeing the image for it where it's like dude in hat.
Yeah.
And like, maybe I'll give this a go.
It's good. It's good. I like it.
Yeah. How would you rate it out of 10?
You can't do that. It's early
Do
access. I'll say.
Do it
I'll,
now.
I'll do yes.
Yes out of 10?
Yes.
You heard it here first. Yes out of 10.
Yes.
Yes out of 10.
A lot of times I'll be asked like, 1 to 10 on this thing, and I'll give you yes or no. Yeah.
You know what? That's a good new rubric for. I'm going to pitch that. Well, let's completely change the the kind of like rating system for GameSpot to just yes, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
That. No.
We should rename. We should start a new series called Yes No Gaming.
Yeah. Yes, no gaming. We should present all of these games, and then we all get to be like yes, no.
No.
And we say nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Just
should add it
show
as a
game.
segment to
Yes.
GameSpot,
The GameSpot
show
show?
on Thursdays. There we go. Here we go.
Running it up.
Amazing. There you have it. Those are all the games that stuck out to us at the Galaxies showcase. Thank you to intrepid host Jane Douglas for that, guiding us through all those games. We've definitely come away with a few that we're going to. You have to pick one game that you're going to play out of this. Which is it, Kurt in Davina?
Why do I have to be the first to go?
Yeah, because I'm pointing at you. You're the furthest away from me. All right, one game. Think of hard.
Hold on, I'm meditating.
Okay.
I think it's Trench Tales.
Is it Trench Tales?
Yeah, that's just like that to me. Just like it's the one game that I saw that
Potentially could let you experience what gout is like.
Yeah, I've always wanted to know what it's like to be like a fucked up like skeleton man in World War I. But I don't know, it's like the one game I saw where it's like I often yearn for third person action horror stuff that I like, but sometimes I haven't got that hit, and like that looks like it could be cool. It could be fun.
Trench Tales, Kurt Navita's Game of the Year.
Yes. Deliver at all costs.
Deliver
I think
at
is
all
mine.
costs. Okay.
I mean, it would be Trench Tales too, but I think.
Why did you say Trench Tales?
Because you said it.
You
but
can say it.
I also really want to play Deliver at all costs.
Okay.
It looks fun.
Yeah.
And
see, I'm gonna go. I want to say Covenant, but I think what I'm actually gonna go for
Suburban Warfare
is like kill my neighbors. The game.
Zombies Ate My Next Door Neighbors.
Yeah, Zombies. Oh, remember that game was great.
Yeah, another
Zombies Ate
Sega
My
Mega
Neighbors?
Drive Genesis game.
Yeah, I think I played that on the SNES, Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
It had the great box art of the dude on the trampoline, which was great. Anyways, you know what someone should make? Someone should make a horror version of Paperboy.
That's what it is.
That'd be incredible. Imagine that. That'd be
Imagine
so
that.
You start off as
You have to
Paperboy,
play without
get on the
pants
bike,
on.
and suddenly, like, the first thing that happens is you go through a portal into, like, some other hellish dimension. And you're just like,
You have to fucking throw papers.
I got newspapers, lads.
What do I do?
What do I do with these?
And then you distract all the demons, and they have to read the news. They're like, "Man, I don't know. This world seems more fucked up than ours. Like maybe we're good."
They're like, what?
They're like,
Jesus, what's happening to these people? Oh, God. Anyways, thank you for watching. I've been your host, Tamor Sane, joined as always by the wonderful Jake Decker and Kurt Indovina. Behind the cameras, we've got Max, Jean-Luc, and Jan Ochoa. Richard is over there as well. Thank you, everyone, for enabling this nonsense. I hope there's another Galaxy Showcase, and I hope it is tomorrow.
what about your Milky Way?
Milky Way Showcase coming soon. Pack it up, Galaxy Showcase. Your shit is done. You're all right. And we will see you again very soon for more content. I'm going to be very vague about that because I'm not sure if there's something after this. See you later.